Okay, guys, I don't know what's going on, but something is going on in the courtroom. I don't know what is happening. I've had it on this channel and it was just showing the seal.
It sounds like it's coming from 11.
And all of a sudden they're in court. So good morning, Frazzled. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what's happening. I was reading trying to read the chat.
That was not 10G, what I just heard. That was 11A. And Mr. Waheed and Ms. Coakley, when you were in there in 11 or in 10G, both of you were able to hear her fine, correct? Loud. It should have been loud. I don't think what they just queued up was 10G. Yeah.
I can't tell what's happening. It's hard to hear too.
So at best, my voice should be a little bit lower because it's being piped into 10G, and everybody else's voices should be stronger. And just make sure they're clear on the instruction, because it sounds to me like they're confused.
Oh, that the jury wants to hear it again? Huh.
Okay.
I was thinking that yesterday during closing, they kept saying, well,
Okay.
They're trying to say that he didn't have access to food and this and that. Oh, the daughter said that also.
She has IT there. She's IT there at her door. She said that that was the testimony from 10G.
Recorded in 10G, not the testimony that was taken in 10G and recorded in 11A.
She said she understood what I was saying. So I think something with the Zoom, possibly, she was saying.
Should have zero effect because it's live testimony in 10G. Zoom should have zero on it. You're comfortable, they understand that we're looking for the recording of 10G, that recording for that courtroom, not the simultaneous recording in 11A at the same time. Okay. All right, so where are we with the review of the exhibits? Okay.
I'm not sure what's going on, but then the daughter also say something about.
Danny, can they
Yes, she did.
10G. I mean, I know they have to go in.
That's why I'm saying,
but just to do a sound check, go into the 10G recording.
Just what the prosecution
and
is saying
here,
and
so
what
we
he
can see if
says.
there's a difference.
The sister said all that too.
Without them doing the work they need to do, because I know they need to get it ready for queuing.
Good morning, Wondering.
I'm just concerned they're not working on the right recording.
I'm not even sure what's going on here. I didn't expect to come on here right now, but I don't want to miss anything. But So I'm going to go and get dressed real quick and keep this going. Before Jack gets here, I want to get dressed and all that. And so I'm going to let this play and I'll be back.
Go ahead and give us how old you are again. 17.
That is acceptable, but I want to just do a sound check and a video check with the jurors. Video's fine as far as distance. And if you have any problem with sound, raise your hand so I can order those fine. All right, that's good, Ms. Logan, you may proceed.
All right, so let me,
I think you're a little soft spoken, so because we're dealing with these mics, we're just gonna try and you speak as loud as possible, if that's okay. Okay. So you said you're 17 years old? Correct. You nervous about being here today? Yeah.
all right, that's much better than what I heard the first time around.
Is it kind of embarrassing to be here and have to talk about these things? A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
You're nervous.
Ms. Logan, I'm gonna have your assistants, make sure she does everything in her check, because she does, has a very soft voice, and it's not coming. If I'm not hearing it, I know my hearing is here, so, Ms. Meredith, as best you can, if you have to feel like you're shouting, make sure you project, okay, you understand me?
Yeah, I understand.
That's the recording we need because that's the loud one.
Go ahead, Ms. Logan.
When you are nervous, I noticed you do a little bit, is that a nervous tick that you have? Yes, I get nervous, so I do that.
I can hear her fine now.
Now,
Okay, so you're gonna call back when it's ready or when you're. Okay, do you know about how long? Sure. All right, thank you so much for your help. Okay, okay. 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay, all right, but that was definitely the recording that,
What did you say?
I don't know, I could tell a difference in her voice. Big time. Did it sound like the same thing to you? It did not sound like, I agree. Yeah. Do we recall how long Fiona Ferriter's testimony was? That 2 hours?
the second day, you're on, that was one word. I think it was probably about an hour and a half.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Recording will be able to tell us when they start playing it, right?
Yeah. I'll have to
Yeah.
let you know.
Okay. All right, so I'll remain here. We're still waiting on the approval of the exhibits, and then it sounds like it's only 5 more minutes for the queuing.
There is one that should have been there, not like it was a duplicate, more or less. It's one of the state videos.
That was 17, right?
17 had to have one to us, but we correct on it.
Okay.
This is the case.
And just so everybody knows, I received the question from the jury, can we hear Fiona's testimony? This question will be made a part of the record.
Did you want us to make that a court exhibit or just put it in the file?
However you handle jury questions, you
Okay.
handle in that fashion. What do you normally do? Just make it part of
I
the file?
usually just make it part of the.
That's all. that needs to be done.
Hopefully you're ready to call your next witness.
Yeah, Your Honor, at this time, you can call Fiona Ferriter.
Okay, at this time, I'm gonna have the clerk in court of G, if you could go ahead and administer the oath to Ms. Fair. All right, Ms. Coakley, you may begin at your convenience.
If I do, it's going to give feedback.
Ms. Coakley, I have not heard her last few answers. Let's do a mic test on her.
I'm ready, Judge.
Coakley, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yeah, Your Honor, at this time, you can call Fiona Ferriter.
Let me hear it just a little bit.
Okay, at this time, I'm gonna have the clerk in court of G, if you could go ahead and administer the oath to Ms. Fair. Ms. Coakley, you may begin at your convenience.
I don't know what to say. What she played the second time was loud. I could hear Fiona's voice. All right. So we're going to work with what we have. I mean, if they're telling me they're getting the recording directly from 10G, I have to accept that. And so if it's queued up, ready to play, ask what is the length of it so we can go ahead and bring the jurors out. It's got to be longer than that. Well, they cut out stuff like objections and stuff, I think.
And then she said that she needs about 10 minutes after she plays 30 to prepare October the 4th.
Okay, so let's start with it. All right, so let's start with the third, get that played, then get 10 minutes, and then they can set up the fourth.
And then she would need 10 minutes.
All right, I understand. All right, so let's, well, where are we with the exhibits? Because we have at least.
This is not going back, but this part, you want that part to go back. I got it.
All right, we've taken care of what we need to take care of with respect to the evidence. All right, Mark, you can take that evidence back into the jury room and then bring the jurors out for the replay of a portion of the Fiona testimony at this point. Just out of an abundance of caution, we're sure that the proper verdict form got sent back, right? Well, I had two verdict forms on my. Nope, it's the incorrect verdict form. It doesn't have the lesser for count 3. Come and take a look. This is the one that I'm told by the clerk they have. Come take a look at this. That's. Not as the lesser. Just take a quick look at that, Mr. Wahid. Yeah. Well, that falls into the category I'm glad that I asked. All rise. All right, everyone may be seated. All right, so first order of business is we do have the testimony of Fiona Ferriter queued up that was held on October 3rd. Her testimony was over 2 days. Once you hear the October 3rd testimony, it'll take about another 10 minutes for the recording room to queue up October 4th, and then I'll bring you back out here for the remaining part of that. The other thing is, I don't want to know anything about your deliberations or discussions at this point, but what I need to tell you is the verdict form you have in there needs to be destroyed. I need to send back another verdict form that is the proper verdict form for this case. So when I send that back, destroy the other one, throw it in the trash, or give it to my bailiff, and he can make sure that no one views it if you've written on it or anything. I don't want to know. But I am sending you back with a corrected verdict form. So you'll complete that as, in your collective unanimous determination, you need to complete it. But at this point, I don't know anything about the discussions or the deliberations. I'm just simply informing you that a corrected verdict form is going to be sent back to the jury room, and that'll be as soon as you go back. Okay, so we're at the point where I'm going to go ahead and instruct recording to begin the replay of the testimony of Fiona Ferriter. The first part is about 30 minutes, I'm told, and then the second part is about an hour. So it's about an hour and a half of testimony. All right, Madam Clerk, you can go ahead and begin with the replay. And I can't vouch up front for the audio quality. We've been trying to work through that and making sure we're getting a recording from 10G, but it's the best that we are told that they can do through recording at this point. So you may proceed, Dana. And are you getting feedback?
Hopefully you're ready to call your next witness. Okay, this time I'm going to have the clerk and court of if you could go ahead and administer the oath to Ms. Ferriter.
I can increase the volume, but it runs the risk of feedback. So if I close
Ms.
the
Clerk,
sound.
you may begin your convenience.
And what grade are you currently in? 12. little bit about.
Ms. Goldberg, I have not heard her last two answers. Let's do a mic test on her.
Good morning, everyone. I guess you can tell that jury wanted to rehear the daughter testimony. I wasn't quite sure. I just saw the court was in session, so I hopped on.
That is acceptable, but I'm just gonna sound check and make sure.
So that's what's happening right now.
As far as distance. And if you have any problem with sound, raise your hand so I can make sure that as quickly as possible. All right, that's good, Ms. Cook, you may proceed.
Fiona, I think you're a little soft spoken, so because we're dealing with these mics, we're just gonna try and, you speak as loud as possible, if that's okay. Okay. So you said you're 17 years old? Correct. You nervous about being here today? Yeah. Is this a topic, that you like to talk about? Nope. No. Is it kind of embarrassing to be here and have to talk about these things? A little bit, yeah. When you're nervous.
Ms. Copeland, I'm gonna have your assistants, make sure she does everything she can to project, because she has a very soft voice and it's not coming. If I'm not hearing it, I know my hearing is not hearing it, so, Ms. Ferriter, as best you can, even if you have to feel like you're shouting, make sure you project, okay, you understand anything?
Yeah, I understand.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Copeland.
When you are nervous, I noticed you giggled a little bit. Is that a nervous tick that you have?
Yes, I get nervous, so I do that a lot. Yeah.
Now, we're here to talk, you know what we're here to talk about, more or less?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about how your family was made up, in January of 2022. So that's right, we moved back to Florida.
Okay.
Who was part of your family at that point?
So my parents, my sister, and my two brothers.
What were your parents' names?
Tim and Tracy.
And tell us about your siblings. What were their names?
Ronan and Noah and Pierce.
Who is the oldest sibling in your family?
I am the oldest.
Who's second?
That would be Red.
Yeah, I think you were telling us about the makeup of your family in December of 2022. I asked you, you said you lived with your two parents. What were their names?
Timothy and Tracy.
And you said that you lived with three siblings. Tell me the three siblings' names.
Ronan, Noah, Pierce. Yeah, Ronan, Noah, and Pierce.
And you said that you were the oldest sibling. What's the next sibling in age order?
That would be Ronan.
And then who comes next?
Noah.
And then who's the last?
Pierce.
How close in age are you to Ronan, approximately?
2 years?
Okay, so you're 2 years older?
Roughly.
Okay, so you're 17 now, almost 18?
Correct.
And so that he's about 15, just turning 16 approximately?
16 years, yes.
Yeah, he just turned 16?
Yes.
And how far away is between Ronan and Noah in age? If you don't know, that's okay.
I'm not entirely sure.
Are you guys kind of relatively close in age?
Yeah, we're all relatively close.
Within a year or two of each other?
Correct.
Were you close in grades in school?
Correct. Yes.
And how about Pierce? Is he close in age?
No.
Okay, how old is Pierce now? Approximately.
I want to guess 4.
Okay, so he's kind of, through much of this, was a smaller baby or a toddler.
Yes.
Okay, while you and your sister Nola and Ronan were much closer in age.
Yes, we were.
Were you originally born in the United States?
No.
Where were you born?
I was born in China.
Okay, how did you end up coming to the United States?
I was adopted.
Okay, and who were you adopted by?
Tim and Tracy.
Do you know how old you were when you were adopted?
No.
Were you a baby or a toddler?
I could walk, sort of, so maybe in between.
Okay, so a little though.
Yes.
Now, do you know whether or not your brother Ronan was born in the United States?
Yeah. No, he wasn't born in the United States.
Do you know where he was born?
Vietnam.
Was he also adopted?
Yes.
What about Nola? Was she adopted?
No.
And Pierce, was he adopted?
No.
Now, you said that in January in 2022, everyone lived together. And where did you live? What city did you live in?
He lived in Jupiter.
In Palm County?
Yes.
Now, growing up in the time that you were living in Jupiter, maybe one before was Tracy involved in enforcing the rules or making the rules?
She helped support the rules.
Okay, but who was the one that dictated what the rules, and what you had to follow?
Tim?
If you had a dispute or disagreement about a rule or whether or not it was fair, is that something that you could talk about with him?
Not exactly.
Okay, why is that?
Because he would reason us out of it, or I just wouldn't be able to say anything.
Was he the disciplinarian in the house?
Yes,
Now, I want to talk about, you said in January of 2022, you guys lived in Florida. When did you come to Florida?
we moved roughly in December. I'm sorry, the years are a little confusing.
So I think we said January of 2022 was when you were with your family, when you guys lived together as a family.
Correct.
Did you move that December right before?
Yeah, December previously.
Okay, so that would have been December of 2021?
Correct.
So the time frame that we're talking about, is that like 5 or 6 weeks
Roughly,
that you lived in that house in Jupiter?
yes.
And you moved to Florida. Where did you move from?
We moved from Arizona,
How long had you been in Arizona at that point?
approximately 5 years.
Prior to Arizona, where did you live?
Florida.
So this was your second time coming back to Jupiter, Florida.
Yes, within that time frame.
When you lived in Florida before, was that like elementary school age, much younger?
Yes, up until 5th grade.
Now, when you moved back to Jupiter, what neighborhood did you move into?
When we moved back,
Yeah, in
Egret Landing.
what type of house was that?
It was a small one-story house.
Okay, single family home.
Correct.
How many bedrooms did it have?
3.
Who had the bedrooms?
So the master bedroom were Tim and Tracy. Nola and I each had our own bedroom. And then, yeah, I guess if you want to count the one in the garage as a bedroom, then that's where, Pierce had his bedroom in the office. They made that into his own room.
Okay, and you said that there was, if I wanted to count something in the garage. What do you mean by that? What was in the garage?
They had a room built for Ronan.
Who had it built?
My parents.
Okay, so Tim and Tracy had that room specifically built into the garage.
Correct.
Is that room already there by the time you moved?
I don't remember.
But was it there at the very least shortly thereafter?
I saw it, at least.
And when we say that it's in the garage, was everyone else's room in the main house?
Correct, yes.
And Ronan was the only one that had to stay in the garage?
Yes.
Now, I wanted to show you what has already been marked as evidence and shown to the jury. There's some pictures of your home.
Okay.
And so I want to see if you recognize any of them. You mentioned that you had a bedroom. I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as evidence as states 7A and F. Just take a look at it and tell me if you recognize whose room that is.
Yeah, that's my room.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you what's been marked as evidence as states 5A through D. It's another bedroom in the home. Whose bedroom is that?
That would be Nola's.
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as evidence as states 4A through D. You might need to flip because it wasn't close up. It's fine to do that.
Yeah.
You recognize what room that is.
Yeah, so this one's Pierce's room.
And we see some mattresses on the floor there. Is that how it was when you lived there? Were there mattresses on the floor in Pierce's room, or was there just a crib in there?
There was a lot of things in there, I can't remember specifically.
Is that a place where like Ronan slept?
No.
Okay, so just Pierce slept in there by himself?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as evidence in state 6. Tell me what that shows.
The bathroom?
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as evidence in state 9. What does that show?
That's the garage.
And in state 9, you said that there was a structure built that your parents specifically built in the garage. Can you see it in that picture?
Yes, it's behind the racks.
Okay, is that white building?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about that white structure that's in the garage.
Yeah, that little white box in there.
Let's talk about it. Did that have any windows?
No.
Did it have a lock from the outside?
Yes.
Did it have any access from in the garage to a bathroom?
No.
And did it have lights inside of it?
I can't remember.
Now, is that the room that Ronan slept in?
Yes.
Is that room, other than just sleeping times, did he spend time or was he put in that room?
Yes.
Was Ronan allowed to be in the house by himself?
No.
Was he allowed to walk freely through the house?
No.
Was he allowed to do something like watch TV in the living room?
Not alone.
Were you allowed to do that?
Yes.
Was your sister Nola allowed to do that?
Yes.
What about snacks? Was there food freely available to Ronan in the kitchen?
No.
Would he be allowed to go and take a snack out of the fridge?
No.
What about get a drink of water if he was thirsty? Is that something he could be allowed
You
to
could get
do?
maybe water if someone watched him.
Only if someone watched.
Yes.
And only if he's out of the room.
Yes.
Were you allowed to take a snack if you were hungry?
Yes.
Was your sister Nola allowed to get a snack if you were hungry?
Yes.
Were there times that you would receive special treats, like, desserts or snacks?
Correct. Yep.
What would happen in those instances? Would they be shared with all of your siblings?
There were usually rewards, and usually Nola and I would receive them. It wasn't often that Ty would also receive them.
Right. Are there some times that once in a while he would receive a reward?
Very rarely.
But were there times where you and Nola were getting a reward and Ty was not included?
Yes.
Having special treats? Snacks?
Yeah.
Are there times through in this household growing up, were you someone who was observant of how your parents treated your other siblings?
Yes.
Did you watch and listen to things that were happening
Yes.
throughout your childhood?
I did.
Are you an observant person?
I would consider myself to be.
Did you ever see Ty or Ronan get punished?
Yes.
Was the type of punishment that Ty or Ronan got the same type of punishment that you or Nola would get for the same type of conduct?
No.
How was it different?
It was either more extreme or something completely different than what we would receive.
Were you ever locked in your room or prevented from leaving?
No.
Did you ever have to go to the bathroom only in a bucket?
No.
Were you ever required to be alone in your room in the dark?
No.
Were you and Nola allowed to have phones?
Yes.
Were you allowed to play games on your devices?
Yes.
Was Kai allowed to play games?
No. Not unsupervised.
Was he allowed to have a device?
No.
Now, you said that you saw Ty, through your time in Florida, or Ronan get punished. Did you ever see him get punished for little things?
Yes.
Like what?
For me, it would be just not answering questions. Maybe he plays a little too rough with one of us, or he talks back.
When you say he wasn't answering questions, what do you mean?
Let's say he did something wrong and they asked him about it. He wouldn't say anything. He just wouldn't answer them.
And then what would be the response to that?
If he didn't answer them to a certain point, he'd be sent to his room. Or if he did answer, he'd still be sent to his room.
When he's sent to his room, is he then allowed to leave?
No.
Is he locked in there?
Yes, he did leave. I don't know if he was locked all the time, but I know he wasn't allowed to leave.
Did you see both Tim and Tracy force him into the room? Make him go into the room?
I've heard both of them tell him to go to his room.
And did you see both Tim and Tracy involved in the punishment and discipline?
Can you be more specific?
Well, there's some things that one person did or the other person did, but were they both?
They were both involved with the punishment.
Now, over time, growing up with your brother, Did you notice him become less communicative?
Yes, he shut down.
Okay. Did you notice him over time, especially toward the end, become more withdrawn?
Yes,
Did he smile less?
yes, definitely.
And that's something you noticed kind of as his sibling?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about specifically right now the time in Florida. What was your observation about kind of how often he was in the room?
How often he was in the room?
Yeah, did you see him around the house very often?
Not inside the house.
No.
More so outside.
Okay. Tell me about that. What would he be doing outside?
Yard work, moving the outdoor furniture.
So when he's outside, is it like that he has an opportunity to freely play?
No, it's not. It's not for entertainment.
Okay. What kind of yard work is he doing?
At the time we were moving in, so it was mostly moving supplies outside of the house.
Okay. Was there some yard work or landscaping involving shelves that he was required to do?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that you were required to do?
No.
And did you see him doing that?
Yes, I did see moving the shelves.
And you said that you would observe him outside. When he was told to go outside, did he have the free option of coming back into the house?
No.
How would that work?
So if he was put outside, one of them would know that he's outside. One of my parents would know he's outside, and then if he got done with work, he'd come and wait for them to let him back inside.
Okay, would he be allowed to just come back in?
Not unless someone was watching him.
Okay. And are there times when he would be locked
So
out?
she said in closing statements,
Yes.
And then when he was
this
let
is
back
totally
in, would he then be able
different
to
than what
go
she
back
said
to
in
the
closing
house or
statements.
Not really. He'd either go to his room or just go somewhere to be monitored.
Now, in your house, did you eat meals with him regularly?
No.
Where would he be while you would be eating?
Most likely in his room.
And what about when you would get home from school? Would he be with you doing homework in the kitchen or the living room?
No, he did most of his homework in his room. I didn't see him very often.
You didn't see him very often out in around the house?
Around the house, yes.
Okay, so when you saw him, when he was home and you were home, for the most part, was he one of two places?
Yes.
And what are those two places?
Room or outside.
Were you allowed after school to come and go freely around the house?
Yes.
And your mom, was she around during those times of the day after school?
Yes.
She didn't work?
No.
Were there times that the defendant, Tim, in this case, was also around?
Yes.
In the house?
Yes.
Would he sometimes do stuff with either Pierce, you, or Nola?
Mm,
Like after school, would Tim or Tracy do things with you all after school occasionally?
maybe eat meals. I can't think of.
Okay, but Ronan wasn't with you when that happened?
Not often.
Now, when you say not often, was there one or two times that he was out and allowed to eat meals?
He was sometimes. Sometimes he was.
Majority of the time.
Not that enough that I can really recall.
Now, you, at that time, were you involved in any activities at school?
I was here in Florida. I was a part of the marching band and band in general.
Were there some times that you had football games or games that were related to marching band?
Yes.
Sometimes on those occasions did your brother come to the event?
Not that I can recall, but
Where would he be during those?
if my parents were coming to the event, he might have been with them or he might have been at home.
And when he was left home alone, when your parents were at your event, was he allowed to be out freely in the house?
No.
So were there family events that you or Nola went to where your brother is left home alone at the house?
Yes.
Did you personally even get the opportunity to see him very often during those 6 weeks in Florida?
Very rarely, like passing outside maybe, or through the window.
Even when he was at home?
Yeah, so I would see him like maybe he's moving yard work, I'd see him through my window, or maybe he did briefly come in the house for food or whatnot.
Now, was there a time in Florida where your brother ran away?
Yes.
And do you remember that happening?
Yes.
Was it over a weekend?
I believe so.
Okay. And did you end up staying at, what kind of happened when when he was gone? Where were your parents?
So I was left home alone. I believe Tracy was with Nola at a softball tournament, and Tim was, as far as I know, not present in the house.
Okay, so he's out of town, maybe?
Yes.
And you said Tracy left.
Yes.
Where did she go?
I believe she went with Nola to a softball tournament.
Was that like in Jupiter, around Palm Beach County, or was it out of town?
I don't remember.
But were you home alone
Yes.
while your brother was missing?
Yes.
Were you allowed to let him back in the house
No.
if he came?
No.
Now, I want to talk for a second about another time frame. And Your Honor, now would be the appropriate time to read that instruction.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I have an instruction law that we get at this time. The evidence to be reviewed on FF and YF concerning other crimes or acts allegedly committed by the defendants will be considered by you for the limited purpose of proving motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, or corroborating the testimony of EM, and you shall consider it only as it relates to those issues. However, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the information. You cannot convict the defendant for an offense he is not charged with. Instead, he can only be convicted of the crime for which he is charged.
Now, I want to talk with you about, we talked about kind of the time frame in Florida. Prior to Florida, you said you lived in Arizona.
Correct.
Tell me about the house that you lived in Arizona. What city did you live in?
We lived in Tucson.
Okay. Tell me about the house you lived in.
It was a one-story house.
How many bedrooms
Yeah.
did you have? Tell me about that.
So there were 4 bedrooms. And
When you first lived there, who were the bedrooms assigned to?
so when we first initially moved there, it was Ronan, Nola, and myself.
And then did your
And
parents
my
have
parents. Yeah, they had their master's bedroom.
So you said your sister, your brother, and you each had an individual bedroom?
Yes.
And was your brother's bedroom inside the house?
We're talking about Ronan?
Ronan.
Yes.
Now, how old approximately are you when you kind of first moved to Arizona?
I just finished the 5th grade, so I don't know what that age frame
Okay, so
is.
you're in about the 5th grade?
Yes.
And Ronan is younger than you?
Yes.
So he's in the 3rd or 4th grade
Yes.
at that time?
Oh, wait, no, moving?
When you first got to
Yes,
Arizona?
we had just, yes, sorry.
So is it right to say that he was probably in the 3rd or 4th grade
Roughly.
at that point, elementary school?
Yes.
Okay, and Nola also in elementary school?
Yes.
Now, at that point, you said that he had his own room.
Yes.
That room, was it like an ordinary, regular room, or was there anything different about it?
No, it was basically a mirror of Nola's room.
Could he go and come freely in that room?
Yes.
Okay, at some point, was there any kind of lock placed on that room?
There was a latch.
Tell me about that.
There was a little latch attached to the top of the door frame. It had a little pin keyhole thing.
So tell me, what does that mean for the person that's inside the room?
He couldn't come out.
Okay, so it could be latched from the outside.
Yes.
Did you see that there were times when he had a room in the house that it would be latched from the outside and he'd be locked in that room? Would he be locked in that room in Arizona?
Yes.
Did that room have a bathroom?
No.
Now, is there at some point a time where he no longer had a room in the house?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
When our youngest brother Pierce was born, they had a room built into the garage.
Okay. Tell me about the room that was built in the garage.
No windows. It had no windows. It had an AC unit, a bed, and sometimes a bucket, or sometimes his belongings were in there before they were taken out.
Tell me about that. Was there times, how would that happen?
So like about the items in his room being taken out. If he got in trouble, if something happened, they would get moved out all the way out of his room, or if he had like decorations, when he would get upset, he would take them off the walls.
And when you say you would take, they would take everything out of the room, what would be left in the room?
His bed and a small desk where he would do homework.
Now, you mentioned, that the room, was built into the garage. Was that house the same as the Florida house? Like, was it all on one level, or was it something different?
So the Arizona house,
The Arizona house?
it was all one floor. The garage just had steps going down to it, but it was all one level.
Now, that room in Arizona, did it have a bathroom attached to it?
The Ty's room?
Yeah.
No,
Did it have any, windows?
no,
Did that room block from the outside?
yes.
Queen,
Did that room
sorry, the
smell?
jury
Yes.
asked to
Tell me about that.
hear this
was
again.
good.
How come?
So
He had his
that's why
bucket
they're-
in there, which he would use to go to the bathroom. And sometimes if he didn't have a bucket in there, it would just be on the floor.
Now, were there times in Arizona, like in Florida, where your brother would be in that room for long periods of time?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
It's roughly the same idea as the one here when we did it in Florida. He got in trouble, get sent down to his room, but it's more of getting sent down to, more often he was getting sent to the room.
And then how long would you be in the room for? Would it be long periods of time?
It would be long periods of time. I can't say off the top of my head. How long.
Are we talking like all day?
Can I just say there were some days that I didn't really see him that often?
And so if you didn't see him that often, was he like not at the house, or where was he?
He was in his room or again outside.
So was the situation in Arizona similar in that he spent a lot of time in the room by himself?
Yes.
If he wasn't in school, where was he most of the time?
Are we talking about in Arizona?
In
or-
Arizona.
In Arizona, outside doing yard work or in his room.
Now, we talked about, in Florida, when he's outside doing yard work, he couldn't just come back in. Is that the same in Florida?
Yes.
What would happen? Like, where, would he just stand outside?
Yeah, roll your eyes, babe,
Yeah,
you
so
lied.
if he was doing yard work and he finished, he'd come stand outside and just wait, or one of them would go meet him outside. Then by them, I mean my parents.
Okay. Was he allowed to just come back in himself?
No,
Would the door be locked?
I can't.
Okay, you don't know whether or not it was locked.
I don't
Okay, I
know.
don't want you to speculate, but was he allowed or freely able to come back in?
No, not without supervision.
Okay. Now, when he's outside, is he have under direct supervision there?
No, not all the time.
So he's just kind of out there by himself?
Yes,
And your parents, Tim and Tracy, are someplace else?
yes.
Now, you said that was roughly around the time that your brother Pierce was born. Who ended up taking over your brother Ronan's room when Pierce was born?
Pierce took Ronan's room.
Okay, so that became the new baby's room.
Yes,
And you said that Pierce is now, how old do you think he was now? Around
4-ish, I want to say.
So was it approximately how many years do you think was the special room in Arizona? Just an estimate.
Oh, like how?
How long before you moved to Florida was he kept in that room?
So the one in Arizona?
The one in
Sorry.
Arizona, before you came to Florida?
I think Pierce was roughly 2 when we got here, so maybe more than a year.
So approximately 2 years,
Roughly.
roughly.
That he's been in a room.
that
that's not in the main
before
house.
you came to Florida.
Yes.
And how old were you when you came to Florida?
So moving from Arizona to Florida.
How old were you?
So, oh wait, oh I'm sorry, I think I got confused. Wait,
It's okay, take your time.
okay, so when we moved to Arizona, yeah, I had just finished the 5th grade, and then when we moved back, I was in the middle of my sophomore year.
Okay, so you were in high school.
Yes,
When you came back to Florida.
yes,
and your brother was in middle school.
Yes.
Now, we talked a lot about your brother being in the room in Arizona. Were there times where you were concerned about whether or not your brother was getting food or being fed regularly?
Yes.
What would you do when that happened?
If I saw there was a plate for him, sometimes I'd be able to take it and just brought it down to him really quick. And otherwise, I really couldn't do anything.
And when you say you brought it down to him, where would you have to bring it down to?
To his room downstairs in the garage. This is Arizona, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so downstairs to his room there.
Are there times over the course of when you were living in Arizona that you ever saw your father, the defendant, be physically aggressive towards your brother?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He would grab him by the back of the neck and just kind of haul him down to his room. That was the most common one that I saw.
Would you be able to see what was happening once they're down in the room?
Once they're in the room, no.
Would you be able to hear what is happening?
Yes.
Tell me what you heard.
I would hear him curse at him, yell at him.
And you saying I would hear him curse at him.
Sorry, I would hear Tim yell at Ronan.
And would you hear him curse at Ronan?
Yes.
Okay. What else would you hear?
I would hear the sound of contact, so like slapping or hitting or something. And then I'd also hear my brother scream.
Now, during these interactions, are they like is Tim, the defendant in this case, like rationally explaining or calmly explaining the change in behavior or what your brother did wrong?
No.
Is he angry?
Yes.
How can you tell that? Like, what makes you think that he was angry?
It was really loud and it didn't really seem much like an explanation. It just felt like he was just shouting at him.
Was your brother in trouble with your parents or on punishment with your parents a lot of the time?
Yes.
Did it seem like he basically was always in trouble?
Yes.
Did it seem like even when he did things that were positive or appropriate, that was acknowledged?
Objection, speculation.
Based on what you saw?
Objections over.
I'm
Objections
just
over.
telling you when to wait before answering.
The objection was speculated, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that objection's overruled.
Based on what you saw, when your brother was acting in the way that your parents wanted or doing positive things, was that acknowledged?
Briefly.
Okay. Did it lead to like a change in his circumstances or improvement in how he was treated?
Briefly.
Okay. When you say briefly, what do you mean by that?
It maybe went for a week or so and then something else happened. He did something else. He got himself in trouble and it would go back to the way it was.
Was the way that he got in trouble, to you, did it seem proportionate to what you knew he got in trouble for?
No.
Did it seem extreme?
Objection, relevance, her opinion.
Sorry, I didn't hear that objection.
It was
Relevance as to her opinion.
All right, overruled. Go ahead, Ms. Copeland.
you can answer that.
So can you repeat it?
Yeah, did the punishment seem appropriate or proportional to
No.
what he was doing?
No. No.
Did the majority of the things that he was punished for a minor types of things?
From what I saw, yes.
Now, I want to talk about how your perception of in both Florida and Arizona.
Okay.
Did you ever feel a time that you were unsafe around your brother?
Unsafe as to
Physical harm?
like him harming me?
Yeah.
No.
No. Did you at any time, did he ever threaten you or anything like that?
No.
Did you ever see him intentionally cause physical harm to any of your siblings
No.
or your parents?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, that concludes the All right, so that concludes the October 3rd. The October 4th is that recording telling us it's ready?
She needs 10 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so be another 10 minutes before the remaining part of the testimony is queued up. Mark, you may return the jurors to the jury room. All right, and everyone may be seated. Ms. Coakley, do we have the correct verdict form? Mark, can you let her in 10B to get the correct verdict form? Yeah. That'll be fine. It's 11:50, 51, so we'll likely start up about noontime. They want to eat lunch first? But are they going to eat now or after the replay? All right, so. All right, I'm going to step off then, because I wanted to give you the verdict form to take back there. I mean, if it's 5 minutes or so, I'll give them 15 minutes to eat lunch. All right, that's kind of what we'll do, because it's going to be an hour. Yeah, Ms. Coakley's going to give you the verdict form, so when you get that, you can just run that into the jury room, and then when they're done and ready to come out and review the video, as long as the audio is ready, just text me and I'll come. Okay. And we've taken all the evidence back, so they have the correct evidence.
Okay, I'm not sure if they said we just took a break and we're going to come back and finish that testimony. Is that what happened? I can't really believe they're going to take a break, but of course. He's supposed to be. Well, what I'm thinking is that person, the reason they wanted to replay this because that woman straight lied yesterday, that defense attorney, and there we have it. So not good news for them, I don't think. So here, I'm making breakfast, guys, but anyway, so what happened is, during closing statements yesterday, the defense was saying how, they acted like he was never allowed out in the house and, and that he was never allowed snacks and that stuff wasn't true. And that whenever he did yard work, everybody was working on yard work, not just him, all these things. And that's not what she testified to, clearly. So I find it odd that this is what they wanted to hear again. I don't know if there's something else or if it's just, I think it might be. So the daughter, when she testified, she started in the afternoon. And then she finished up the next day and she did hers through Zoom. She wasn't actually in there. So I think that maybe they're going to play the tape from the next morning right now. I don't know for sure. I didn't even know what was going on. I had the page up that kept showing the seal. And then all of a sudden they were all in court. So I wasn't sure if we had a verdict yet or what. So I just jumped on. Yep. I think he's going to be found guilty. That right there completely contradicts what she said yesterday. I know when she was saying it, but that is a common disorder for kids that have been adopted and whatnot. But honestly, it's more so like if they spent more time with their natural parents. This child didn't spend that much time. And not only that, they a lot of times are very violent. Very, very violent. I didn't hear about anything that he did that was anything out of the normal behavior of a child, honestly. I mean, they have like 4 things that he did. Mm-hmm. It's awfully loud over there. Nice. Exactly. That's what, and yesterday when she kept saying that, well, he would continue to do it. Oh, you mean he would continue to be a child? Oh, wow. That's exactly right. He actually acted like a child and you guys did not act like adults. And that's just the way that is. Queen is not telling us what she's going to, what her costume is. Jovi, are you keeping your costume a secret also? Because I already told you guys what I am. Some of mine's going to be in today, and I can't wait to mess with it. Okay, I get it. Shabby said she's not dressing up, which is bologna and cheese. My tambourine's going to be here today. Ha ha. Can't wait to play with that. You gotta stay down, baby.
I'm not sure why, but today that's my bucket list. He's gonna get up on that stove and burn himself. So.
No, I know. Thank you. No. You're gonna get hurt if you do that. I've got lots of ruckus muckus over here. Oh, how fun. Yay. My dread extensions are coming today too. I really can't wait to fool with that. Yay, I'm so excited. I've got a floppy hat to wear too. I forgot to even guess Ariel, maybe Little Mermaid, huh? So everybody, Queen has a red wig. That's all we know. So my guesses are Jessica Rabbit, Fiona. Then I'm thinking even Ariel or Little Mermaid, whatever. Yeah, where were you last night, Jovi? You were missing last night. You didn't see the red wig, huh? I wondered where you were. Mine has been coming a little bit here and a little bit there. Okay. Yeah, and with my costume, I'm wearing, I'm putting dread extensions in my hair. I'm just going to be like So I really think that I was supposed to I was supposed to grow up in the 70s. I just feel like that. So I'm just going to be like a flower child, but I really always want to think I should have been a tambourine player. So I'm just going to be like a flower child and kind of a hippie. I know, won't they? I know. I'm so excited about it. One year for Halloween, I made myself a T-shirt with a ghost on it, and it said David's Dobby. So that's what I was that year. I know. I can't wait. Every time I hear certain songs, I'm like, see, I should just be playing tambourine right now. I could feel it. Okay, Queen, we'll be here. Fun stuff. No, don't give that to the dogs, please. That's for Jack. That's for Jack. I know, it's going to look so fun, huh? So cool. You know, I kind of want to get like a purple wig too, though. I can't. I can't decide exactly. I figured I'll play around with these dreads, and if that's not going to work, I'll just have to go for a wig. I don't know. I have no idea. Apparently, Queen is. What I ordered are extensions, so I don't really know how that's going to work. To get something here for the baby. Maybe I'll wear a floral sheet and go as a flower ghost. Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think he's not going to go. He has to work that day, so he'll be. But I'll get some help. Last year, Shabby helped me with my wig. Oh my gosh. And last year at this same party, Life with Mommy 8, you're going to be a YouTube bitch. Oh my God. Last year, me and Shabby took an Uber home. Mr. Snotty went for a while and then he came home. So we took an Uber home and the Uber driver drove us the craziest way home. Like I started thinking, what the hell is going on? It was so strange. Made me kind of nervous. That's funny. Are they really not back yet? Let me see. Yeah, it is. Remember that Uber ride we had home? We had last year? That was so wild. In an hour? For reals? Wow. Well, yesterday Dinkins had his sentencing. Let me see. I'll play that if you guys want. This one was terrible. Listening to that brother was really sad. Oh Lord, he goes into some bull crap, I guess. Okay, let me see. Oh, right. Huh. Right. Well, yeah, I know he's welcome. Yeah, it looks pretty. Oh wow, Army vet. That's wild. I guess this guy has some kind of a big old fit. He is a jackass. I bet, Army vet. Could see myself getting in them. I have a lot to think about that myself, but
All rise. District Court of Iowa is in session. The Honorable Judge Latham presiding.
You may be seated. Turn that off. We're here in the matter of State of Iowa versus Henry E. Dinkins, case number FECR 415636. Mr. Dinkins appears personally and is represented by his attorneys, Mr. Freeze and Mr. Waters. The State of Iowa today is represented by County Attorney Kelly Cunningham and Assistant County Attorney Liz O'Donnell. Before we proceed with the sentencing, there is a matter I'd like to address on a couple matters. I want to commend everyone once again for how they've conducted themselves during the course of this trial. You've acted very professional and very respectful for the court proceedings, and I would ask that continue today. That's exactly what I expect. Second of all, as I was preparing for this sentencing today, the court noted that in my sentencing order that I did cite an indirect code section as it relates to count 1, and I'm going to correct that at this time. That code section will be 707.2(1)(a), and the order of the court will be amended to reflect the same. The court file reflects that on September 15th of 2023, this court found the defendant guilty under count 1 of
Just to let you all know, I'm keeping an eye on that other courtroom. So I won't let that, I'll stop this if we need to.
Murder in the first degree in violation of Iowa Code Section 707.2, paren 1, paren A, and under count 2 of kidnapping first degree in violation of Iowa Code Section 710.2. The court at that time did order that a pre-sentence investigation report be prepared, and this matter was continued until today's date and time for sentencing. Mr. Freeze, have you had the opportunity to review that pre-sentence investigation report yourself and also review that with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any additions or corrections to be made?
No.
And Ms. Cunningham, have you had the same opportunity?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are there any additions or corrections?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Freeze, are there any motions at this time pending or any other reason why I should not proceed with sentencing at this time?
There are not, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, do you have anything to present in regards to sentencing in this matter on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state has a sentencing recommendation. In addition, there are a couple of issues that I'd like to address related to victim restitution. And then we also have Aisha Langford present, the mother of Breasia Terrell, who has a statement that she would like to make at the conclusion of this matter.
Thank you.
All right. Your Honor, relative to the court's finding of guilt on count 1 to the charge of murder in the first degree, the state recommends that Mr. Dinkins be committed to the Director of Adult Corrections for an indeterminate, for essentially life with no parole. And I recognize that this is a mandatory sentence, but I'm articulating this for the record. As to the charge of kidnapping in the first degree, again, the state recommends that he be committed for a period of life to the Director of Adult Corrections, recognizing that that is not an offense that is subject to parole. The question really that the state has had to consider is whether or not the state was going to recommend concurrent versus consecutive sentencing as to count 1 and count 2. The state certainly recognizes that these, are life sentences, and that Mr. Dinkins is not subject to parole. But I think it's the facts and circumstances of this particular case that has weighed very heavily on the state's mind as to a recommendation of consecutive sentencing. So I'm going to walk the court through the state's thought processes, and then, with that being said, articulate where the state is landing on a recommendation of concurrent versus consecutive sentencing. In going back to Mr. Dinkins' criminal history, I would note that as far as adult offenses, we have offenses starting back in 1989. I think that's very important to articulate, because the idea being, when an individual commits a crime and they come into the criminal justice system, certainly the idea is that these individuals are afforded opportunities at probation, and once they've gone through that probation, ideally these individuals, will understand the importance of being a contributing member to society and not to commit further crimes. That has not been the case for Mr. Dinkins, and unfortunately, when you look at his criminal history, starting back in December of 1989 with his first conviction for theft in the 4th degree and operating a motor vehicle without owner's consent, we have an individual who has been consistently involved in the criminal justice system up until the time of the commission of these offenses for which he was convicted. So after those offenses, we've got his first conviction for sexual abuse in the 2nd degree back in May of 1990. After he was sentenced to a term of prison, one of the things that the state noticed was that he had been released to work release in 93, having started his sentence in August of 1990, and he was paroled to the Work Release Center in September of 1993. Unfortunately, after he was paroled from the Work Release Center, we had the first revocation of that parole in 1994. That resulted in a completion of the violators program, where he again was paroled just a couple of months later to have his parole revoked then in January of 1995. And then he was once again released to the Work Release Center in January of 2000, having spent a significant period of time in prison at that point in time, whereas within a month he escaped from the facility, he was captured and returned and then finally discharged in May of 2000. Within the context of that sequence of events, I think it's important to note that in 1994, while he was on parole status, he in fact picked up a charge.
Okay, it looks like they're back. They're coming back in. I want to go back to that one, though. Look at how he didn't serve his time ever. And then he goes and takes that child's life.
All right, you may bring the jurors out. And this is an hour. An hour, okay.
An hour.
50 cents.
Jury in line.
Okay. All right.
Toby, I had it sped up.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, members of the jury, we have the October 4th testimony of Fiona Ferriter queued up. It's about 47 minutes of audio. So with that, Danny, you go ahead and have recording begin playback.
All right, so, Mr. White, are you ready to cross examination?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so you may proceed, sir. Thank you.
Fiona, how are you?
I'm fine.
You might be nervous. I'm just here to ask you some questions. If you don't understand anything I ask you, okay, I understand. Okay? Let's start with your brother's name. It's Ronan Ty Tan Ferriter, correct?
Yes,
So you've been calling him Ty, correct?
yes.
So you want to call him Ty when we're talking about it?
Ronan is fine.
Ronan is fine, all right. So let's go back to Arizona. So some of what you talked about yesterday was Arizona, and some of it was Florida. Arizona, you were there from approximately what year to what year that you remember?
Left around 5th grade, and then we came back in the middle of my sophomore year, so whatever time period that was.
Okay. So you're in 5th grade, you think you're about 10? 10?
Roughly,
Okay. So, and then in sophomore year, how old were you?
fourteen-ish? I can't. Yeah,
Okay. So the Arizona years were about 4 or 5 years, something like that.
Mhm.
All right. So you were there for, and then you came back to Florida, and the Florida time period was, you said around late December of 2021. And then, in this case, we're taking it up to the, end of January of 2022. So in that time period, so that's about 6 weeks or so, correct?
roughly, yeah.
Okay. So substantially more time in Arizona, obviously, than this last time in Florida.
Yes.
Let me ask you a little bit about your brother's medical situation. You never went to the many doctor visits that he went to, correct?
No,
But your parents went to those visits, correct?
I would assume yes.
You don't know if your parent went to a visit for the doctor?
I didn't really,
Okay. And you never obviously saw any of the medical reports that your parents saw, correct?
no,
Correct. Yesterday you said that your brother wasn't allowed to have certain snacks, correct?
yes,
And you're aware that he was, your parents were kind of curtailed the sugary snacks in his diet, correct?
that's what they said,
Okay, so you're aware of that, right?
yes.
And you didn't go to any of the mental health visits that your brother went to. He was seeing a therapist. You didn't go to those, correct?
When was this?
This would have been in Arizona.
If he was going to a therapist, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. Good. Which would also mean you weren't aware of anything the therapist would have conveyed to the family in terms of Ronan's condition.
No,
Okay. So let's go back to the food and snacks. Yesterday you said he was essentially not allowed to have food and snacks, but the other food, correct?
yes,
you aware that, did you think your brother at any point looked malnourished or in any way like he was getting too thin or anything like that?
Yes.
And when did you get that to anybody?
I never said anything.
And are you, you said that about the snacks, that you were allowed to have snacks. Isn't it true you do not know if, when he was hungry, that he actually ate snacks or not? You don't know that.
Sorry. Repeat that?
Sure. You're unaware that when Ronan was hungry, whether or not he actually ate a snack. You don't know that.
He wasn't allowed to get his own snacks.
Do you remember you spoke to somebody on the road back on February 1 of 2022, and directing Board of Council, page 55, line 8, as to snacks, you gave a statement on February 1 of 2022, was not on the road. And in that statement, you were asked, if he's hungry, does he get like snacks? And your response was, I don't know.
And I don't know.
You don't know, okay. And you don't know because you're not with Ronan all the time. You're not always watching him. You're at school. You have other things going on, correct? And you're a pretty smart child. You like reading a lot, correct?
Yes.
And you spend a lot of your time in your room reading by yourself, didn't you?
Yes.
Let me talk to you about lights and Ronan. You were aware that Ronan had nothing to do with it, right?
Yes.
And you talked about a few things yesterday. Some of them were in Arizona, some of them were in Arizona and Florida. You talked yesterday about your lack of contact with Ronan during those 6 weeks in Florida. Remember that?
Yes.
And reality is you were pretty busy doing homework or at school or at your sister's games during that time, and you didn't really have any reason to go home to it, correct?
Yes.
And you spent a lot of your time in your own room reading, correct?
Yes.
You also talked yesterday about Ronan not going to your events, and it was that you must be talking about in Arizona, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 3 pictures.
of A Bandit.
I'm sorry, say that again?
U of A Bandit.
Okay. And the picture marked number 5, what is that a picture of?
A concert.
Okay. And the picture with the card number 6 on it, what is that a picture of?
Spelling.
Okay. All right. And these are all events, your events, correct?
Yes.
Going to receive and accept defendant's exhibit 4 in evidence over objection. Court is going to sustain the objection as to exhibits 5 and 6. However, the defense is not precluded from using those documents for purposes of refreshing recollection. Mr. Wright, you clear on the court's ruling at this point?
I am.
All right, you may proceed.
So, if you look at the picture where number 4 is, the card is number 4 there, what's that a picture of?
Arizona Bandit.
Okay. And, do you
All
remember?
right, she needs to restate that. She needs to restate that answer because my hearing did not hear. So just state the answer again.
As loud as you can speak, you know.
Arizona Bandit.
Better?
Arizona Bandit.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm gonna repeat the answer here every once in a while to make sure we agree or not. So you just said Arizona Band Day,
Yes.
and in that picture is you with the awesome hat, correct?
Yes.
And you're holding an instrument,
Yes.
yes?
Yes.
And what's that instrument?
A flute.
A flute. So that's what you play?
Yes.
You still play the flute?
When I want to.
Okay. And next to you in that picture is who?
Directly next to me is my brother.
Which brother?
Ronan.
Okay. And in front of him is who?
Pierce.
And next to Ronan
Nola.
is Noah. So that's all your siblings in that picture, correct?
Yes.
So they did attend, and Ronan did attend that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think the court already moved it into evidence, but it's my habit, so I'm moving 4 into evidence.
I've already received and accepted 4 in evidence and dealt with 5 and 6
Okay.
already. This objection is sustained. You can use it for refreshing recollection. So, Madam Clerk, you consider the court's rulings on that? Okay, all right, good.
So 5. Do you recognize this picture?
Vaguely.
Okay. What do you remember it from?
It was a concert I did.
Okay. So you remember that you attended a concert and your brother Ronan was present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at 6, do you remember Ronan now attending your spelling bee? I'm just gonna look at the picture though.
I am.
Okay. Who's that?
It looks like Ronan.
Remember when this was like, no, he did attend some things.
Yes.
Remember he went to Mount Lemon. And he went out to dinner 3 times.
Yesterday, you said that Ronan did not do his homework in the house, correct?
No. Yes.
Okay. And that would include in Arizona, correct?
Yes.
Showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 7. Do you recognize, what is that picture of?
Me, doing my homework.
Okay. And how do you recognize that?
What do you mean?
You know it's you because it looks like you?
That's me.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so that is a picture of you, and who else is in that picture?
There's Ronan in the background.
All right, and what's he doing?
Homework.
All right. At this point, Judge, I move defense 7 into evidence.
All right, so I've already heard sidebar arguments on this. Court's going to receive and accept defendant's exhibit 7 in evidence over objections. May continue, Ms. White.
Yes, Judge. Any other clerk, any other complaint? So I don't lose track of that. Yesterday, you also said that Ronan was not allowed to attend family events. Do you recall saying that?
Not all the time.
All right. So he attended
Some family events.
some family events. Okay. And when he attended those family events, those would include trips outside when you know, to things that were like going to see like the Aerospace Museum, for example.
I don't recall the Aerospace Museum, but he would come sometimes.
Okay. Going to show you the defense 8. Do you know what that's a picture of?
I don't remember this.
Okay. So who's in the picture? Anybody remember?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember the people in the picture?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember where this picture was taken?
No.
All right. Do you recall taking family hikes, which included Ronan,
Yes.
and to Sabino Canyon?
Yes.
Do you recall your family, including Ronan, spending time at the Tucson Hotel JW Marriott pool?
No.
Showing you what's been marked for identification as defense 10. Does that help refresh your recollection?
I don't remember this.
All right. Yesterday you said Ronan was not allowed to play outside, correct?
I believe I said not usual.
Okay. But you would be allowed to play outside, correct?
On occasion.
You would play outside in the backyard in Arizona, correct?
If you could call it a backyard.
All right, well, setting aside what you think of the backyard space.
Hold on a second, White. We're getting noise from outside that's interfering with our ability to hear us. right, I'm gonna ask you to restate the last question and give the witness a chance to restate your answer.
My last question, Fiona, was whether you recall Ronan playing outside in the backyard in Arizona.
Yes.
What do you mean, legs?
And he would play at times with the
I
other.
thought the jury just wanted to hear the sister's testimony again. I don't know. I mean, I definitely know it shows that they lied. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about,
Do you
though.
recall all of you kids playing at a friend's house swimming pool in Arizona?
That's too general.
Okay. Well, a swimming pool in Arizona that was not your home, but the home of a family friend.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're asking.
Let me show you something and see if it helps you narrow down what I'm asking. Showing you what's been marked identification is defense 12. Do you recognize that location and the people in that picture?
I recognize my siblings, but I don't recognize the person.
You don't have to get a clearer answer from you. I heard you say recognize.
I recognize my siblings, but I don't recognize the person in the middle between my brother and my sister.
Okay. And your brother, that's Ronan, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're at a swimming pool, correct?
Yes.
Your house didn't have a swimming pool, right?
Which one, in Arizona?
Yes.
It did have a swimming pool.
Okay. Is that your house in Arizona swimming pool?
No.
All right. So so is it fair to say that there were times where you all went out together, including going to friends' houses?
At times, yes.
Do you recall going to Mount Lemon in Arizona with your brother Ronan?
Yes.
And that was like a family vacation day, correct?
Yes.
Was Ronan, did your family celebrate Ronan's birthdays?
Yes.
And by celebrate, how would they do that? Bring out a cake, everyone, family sitting around the table, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Ronan was involved in martial arts, correct?
Yes.
And your parents put all the kids, other than Pierce, who's very small, in some activities, correct?
Yes.
And you were involved in track at some point at basic?
I did not go to base.
Okay. Did you ever do track?
Yes.
All right. Was Ronan doing track with you?
Where?
When you were doing track?
I did track in 2 places, here and in Arizona.
All right. Let's talk about Arizona. Did Ronan do track in Arizona?
Yes.
I know you didn't like track, so you didn't do track as long, correct?
No. Yes, well, yes, I do.
I don't like running either. Okay, so let me ask you about chores. So yesterday, do you remember you saying that Ronan would be outside moving shells?
Yes,
That's here in Florida, correct?
correct.
And that was this current time in Florida from end of December of 21 to the end of January of 22, correct?
Yes,
And the house your parents moved into in Jupiter had in front of it a tree with a bunch of shells around it, correct?
yes,
And they didn't want the shells, so there was an effort to remove the shells slowly and get rid of them, correct?
yes,
And that's what you're talking about that Ronan was working on, correct?
yes,
You had chores in the house too, didn't you?
yes,
And so did Nola.
yes,
And the types of chores that you and Nola had would be mostly inside the house, cleaning up, that sort of thing, correct?
yes,
And the types of chores that your brother Ronan had were mostly outside things, right?
yes.
So Ronan had posters in his room at some point, correct?
Yes,
In fact, your parents got those for him for Christmas, one of the Christmases, correct?
I don't remember.
You can see if I can refresh your recollection of the statement you made on 2022. Current Board Council to page 24, line 13. When you're done reading that, let me know.
Oh, sorry about that, Mo. We were going to watch that sentencing while they were on recess.
That your parents got Ronan for.
So when they came back, I just paused that one.
And at some point, Ronan shredded all of these posters, didn't he?
I did.
Ronan used to also have a dresser in his room in Arizona, correct?
He did.
And this dresser was taken out of the room, correct?
Yes,
It was because he was ripping his clothes up when he got upset, correct?
yes.
And the dresser was placed just outside of his room.
This is in Arizona, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So in late January of 22, Ronan had run away, correct?
Yes,
He had run away at least 2 times before that, correct?
yes, but not here.
In Arizona.
Yes. I don't think it's, yeah, there's here.
And your parents at some point had a family meeting, I think it was when he first ran away, and asked you all how you felt about him running away, correct?
I don't remember.
Referring court counsel to the statement of February 1st, 22, page 32, position was that,
As to the answer or to the question? My overrule is to the answer, and overrule as to the question as phrased. You may answer.
I'm gonna ask this question.
The question was, what was her position?
No, yeah, the question was exactly what was your position about, when they had those meetings, they asked you how you felt about it, what was your position? If you recall.
Let me be clear, I'm allowing her to state what her position was, not what she said. She could testify as to what her position was, and then not be hearsay, so I'm gonna allow that.
Can you repeat what you're asking?
Yes. So I'm going to go back to the previous question where I asked you, they had meetings, when you first ran away, they asked you all how you felt about it. What was your position on that?
On him running away?
On how you felt about that? How did you feel about that? Him running away, yes. First time.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
Go ahead and ask the question again, Kim.
no, I heard you, I'm just trying to.
You hear that? You need to read that or restate the question.
She said, I heard the question, I'm just trying. And she's not
Okay.
I'm trying to think.
trying to think.
Okay, go ahead, take your time.
I'm sorry. When he ran away, I wasn't really sure what to think. I was surprised, but also tried to understand why he would do it.
Hello, Carrie. Welcome.
This is one answer. Is my answer. I'm not sure I'm understanding the question though.
All right, I'm gonna move on. Is it fair to say that when he would be getting in trouble back then, around the time frame of Arizona, that you didn't often know why he was getting in trouble?
I didn't know the specifics of why he got in trouble.
Did you think at any point that he was being wild or energetic, anything like that?
He was hyper.
Did you ever notice it was very difficult to calm him down once he got going?
Yes.
Did you ever see your parents try to make efforts to calm him down with words?
Yes.
Yesterday you said that Ronan got in trouble and things would be taken away from him.
Yes.
Well, there were times you got in trouble with your parents, correct?
Yes.
And they would take things away from you, correct?
Yes.
Like your electronics, right?
Yes.
And Ronan had an eye touch and that got taken away at some point.
Yes.
And at some point he stole other people's credit cards?
Yes,
He in fact stole your money at one point?
yes,
And you and your sister did not do the same types of things, correct?
no,
You're aware that Ronan was asked to write sentences at some point?
yes,
And the sentence was usually, I will not steal, correct?
that's one of them.
Another one was, I will not lie.
Also another one.
You talked about the house in Tucson. The address was it 4245 East Havasu Road?
Yes,
Maybe it was the other sister queen.
What the layout of that house was?
yes.
There's another sister, Nola.
I'm going to show you something too. So that house, it was, so you walk in the front entry, and you're in the living room, correct?
Yes,
And then there's a dining room to your left, a family room to your right, and the kitchen is at the back on the left.
yes,
And then if you go to the left, through a door, there's a bedroom, correct?
yes,
Was that your bedroom? On the
yes,
left?
yes.
Yes, okay. And then if you went opposite your bedroom, down some stairs, you get to the garage, correct?
So the way that was situated is my bedroom, there's a laundry room, downstairs is the garage, and then there's a bathroom.
The bathroom is in the hallway between the garage and your bedroom.
It's on the other end of my, so if I'm looking at my bedroom here, bathroom's on my right.
Okay. And the other three bedrooms were on the far opposite side of the house from your bedroom, correct?
Yes,
So you had to cross from your bedroom through the dining room, through the family room and living room, to the other three bedrooms on the other side of the house.
yes,
And before Pierce was born, Ronan was in one of those rooms, correct?
yes,
And so it's fair to say it was pretty far from your room in terms of the distance within that one house, correct?
yes,
And it's fair to say that Ronan moved into a room in the garage around the time that Pierce was born, right?
yes.
One moment, Judge. I have no other questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. White. Ms. Coleman, do you have any redirect?
Yes,
All right, you may begin.
so, I want to start with the layout of the house. When you talked about being able to hear some of the physical abuse that was happening,
Yes,
what room was Ronan in at that point?
in the garage.
Okay, so the location of your bedroom in the Arizona house as it related to the garage was close to the garage.
Yes,
And so you could hear the physical abuse when it was happening there.
yes,
And did you in fact see an instance where he was pressed up against the wall?
yes.
Were his feet on the ground when that happened?
I don't remember.
Did that incident scare you?
Yes,
What were you worried about?
that he was grabbing too tight, that something worse than just hurt my dad.
Okay, can you just say that a little louder?
Sorry, something worse would happen than just, the grabbing.
Okay, worse like how?
Are you in it? All right, stop. Let's have her restate that, answer so that Gary can hear it.
So what were you worried worse would happen?
Overall,
I was worried that one day, that he might accidentally,
overall,
that he would accidentally kill.
And is that based on the physical force that you saw?
Yes,
And the level of anger and aggression you saw the defendant do towards your brother?
yeah,
Is this emotional for you to talk about?
yeah.
How come?
I don't want to think about my brother not being here. It's not.
Now, on cross-examination, the defense asked you about were there times you made use of efforts to calm your brother down with words. What were those efforts like?
Angry, stern, not comforting at all.
Okay, is that how he was talked to and treated by both your parents, Tim and Tracy?
Objection, hearsay.
overall,
Yeah,
At the time that it was happening to you, some of the, well, when you were living in the house, did you really understand whether or not what was happening to Ronan was wrong?
in Arizona,
Yeah, in Arizona?
I started having.
Objection as to the foundation of the question.
overall,
Just make sure you speak loudly, please.
So can you repeat it?
Yeah, at the time when it was happening, all these things are happening to your brother in Arizona. Did you understand that what was happening was wrong?
Yes,
Did it kind of, your understanding of what was happening as you got older, did that evolve?
it changed, yes.
Okay, how did it change?
It became more clear that, I'm sorry,
Take your time.
it kind of coalesced into like actual understanding of what was going on, so I could identify where to go with it.
Okay, what's that word?
Abuse.
Now, we talked on cross-examination a little bit about some of the things that your brother did do with the family. What's the time period total that you lived in Arizona?
Again, I can't recall exactly, but I want to say like 5 years.
Okay, so over 5 or 6 years, were there times that he got to do stuff with your family?
Yes,
Over that 5 or 6 years, there were also times where he was left home alone in his room.
yes,
And times when you guys would be gone for all day,
yes,
and he would be left home alone in his room.
yes,
So those pictures that you looked at, that the defense showed you, those are all events that he went to in Arizona,
yes,
correct? And some of them are as long as 5 or 6 years ago.
yes,
And you talked about, you saw that picture of him doing homework in the house with you. Is that in the house in Arizona?
yes.
Is that a common occurrence?
Not all the time.
Was it rare for that type of thing to happen?
It would happen if someone had supervision, so I was there. I think, I don't remember exactly, but it wasn't, I'll just say it wasn't often.
So there were times, you're not saying that the stuff that happened was when he was in the room was every single day, every minute of the day.
No.
There were times when he was outside and allowed to play.
Yes,
But most of the time, where was he?
in his room or then outside.
Now, I want the defense to ask you about, in Florida, were you reading in your room a lot?
Yes,
Do you still know what's going on in your house?
vaguely, yes.
And you lived in the same house as your brother?
Yes,
And during the time in Florida, did you see him a lot?
not often.
And is that because he's out of the house at school or something else?
Either at school or outside in the yard.
And then where's the only other place he was?
Room.
Now, you mentioned about how he was treated in Arizona. Was he treated the same way in Florida?
Objection.
Overall is to that.
Regarding work, yes. He was outside and in his room a lot roughly.
You talked about how when you observed your parents deal with him, that there was anger. Is that how, when they interacted with him, is that what you observed in the situation in Florida as well?
Anger or frustration.
Okay. Was there yelling at him?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, and that concludes your testimony. You may step down. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the playback of the testimony of Fiona Ferriter. You may return to the jury room and continue your deliberations. All right, everyone may be seated. Court will be in recess.
Okay, so yeah, he definitely needs to spend some time in a box. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. So, I'm hoping you're having such a bad day. Can't wait for this one to be over. Okay, so I still am not quite sure what happened. The defense sent stuff over that they weren't supposed to get. How did they give it to him? Oh, you did? Okay, I didn't see that. Sorry. Okay, let me see now. Okay, well, then we need to watch that. Okay, here we go.
Maybe I should call it a big faux pas in the Ferriter case, because the question from the jury is more of an alert to the judge that the jury got evidence they weren't supposed to get. They reviewed videotape evidence handed over by the defense. So this is a defense mistake. Video evidence they were not supposed to see. It shows the child victim in this case, being handcuffed, which is protocol with police with a child runaway. But if you don't have that context, it looks like the child's being put under arrest. The jury wasn't supposed to see that. Let's go into the courtroom. We're going to rewind the tape back so you can hear the moment when the judge learns of this big blunder.
All right, I'm advised that the jury has apparently had a piece of evidence reviewed that was not in evidence. I don't know how that happens, but it apparently was the arrest of the defendant. So let me hear from, excuse me, the victim. So how did this happen?
I don't know, but they put into, they're on a rule that they could just put in a picture of him or like a showing what he looks like. And on the USB that they put into evidence is 2 files. And then the other one also says he's going to be arrested, and they said that they published it. I don't think you guys even published this.
There's been no publishing of an exhibit where he was arrested. The victim?
What happened was we had a video when he was originally in school. We went sidebar. The court said we could play a trimmed version of it that just shows what he looked like. We trimmed it. However, only the version that went into evidence, the longer version wasn't deleted. So 2 files on there instead of just the one that says trimmed.
So that happened, Mr. White. You said on the defense, that was your exhibit. You were required and responsible for making sure that what was admitted in evidence and what was published was to be on that thumb drive. And now I'm hearing that they have seen something that was not admitted into evidence.
That is all correct. And it is our responsibility. I'll take responsibility for that. That was the day, the first day. It was a very, very busy day. As we moved through the day, it was completely inadvertent. I think I did the crosses for everybody that day. So I didn't really look at that evidence at the end of the day when we were trying to get it to Madam Clerk. So that was a mistake.
All right, Ms. Coakley, what's the state's, I think
it needs to be an instruction to the jury to disregard it. And it also is factually inaccurate what they had it characterized as. He wasn't arrested. He was just detained and never arrested. So to indicate that he was, like, there was just police procedure that he was detained for a moment when it cuffs. There was no arrest here. So to indicate that he committed some type of crime for which he's arrested now, based on how they have labeled this, which they provided to the jury, is really problematic. And, you know, they had to play it without any sound. I had to play a video without any sound because unfortunately I advised them and we didn't send that back.
Well, to say that I'm displeased with this development would be a massive understatement. This trial is, we're in the 9th day. I rely on the attorneys to make sure that the evidence they submit, and based on my rulings, properly reflects what my rulings are and that the jury sees only what has been admitted into evidence. Let me hear your position, Mr. Waheed, on the state's request for limiting instruction. I assume it's going to be something to the effect that, well, one, the exhibit's got to be corrected. the proper file has to be put on the thumb drive. Secondly, it would be an instruction that to the extent that they have seen documents or videos that were not received properly into evidence, they're to disregard that. And also, your concern is about the nomenclature of the file name, right?
Like a factual stipulation that he was not arrested, it was just police procedure for a runaway.
Okay. Your response, Mr. Wahid.
Just to be clear, the right evidence is on the thumb drive. It's just that the untrimmed version was still left on it. So I just wanted
Well, how can you say that? If you say the right evidence is on the thumb drive, and now I'm dealing with a situation where the jury's reviewed something that they were not supposed to have reviewed, which was not in evidence, and then those two things don't mesh with me. I mean, either the pared down video is on it or an improper video that includes something more is on, right?
they're both on it. That's my point. That's all I'm trying to just say. So I agree with the state that the longer version needs to be deleted. I also agree with the state that my recollection is the court's ruling was to play it without audio. So it would be something that doesn't go back to the jury that they would have to play out here without audio, just like one of the state exhibits. I also agree on a limiting instruction.
Okay. All right. So, Mark, I want you to retrieve the thumb drive that they were reviewing.
State has it.
Oh, you already have it?
Yeah, and the state's also asking for a factual stipulation. Because it creates what is on there, what they've seen is him getting handcuffed and led to a police car. Which is factually false. He was detained because he ran away.
Well, I thought that I heard Mr. Wahid not object to my limiting an instruction where I would advise the jury that the victim was not arrested. He was just simply detained as part of the normal practice in dealing with runaways.
That's correct.
All right. You can go ahead and bring them out.
Give me a moment, Judge. We're just going to fix this.
Okay. Well, that doesn't need to wait. You can do that and not take up the time of the jury on that.
There.
And we are waiting for the queuing up of the replay. All right, you may bring them out.
Oh my. Oh my. I mean, this is so bad. What just happened is so bad on so many levels. I guess I could call it carelessness. I mean, the attorney's apologizing, but how does this happen? As the prosecutor said, with even the labeling being inaccurate, the labeling, calling it an arrest, which it was not. A detention's very different. And submitting that in, you could tell that judge was disgusted. So this could certainly be grounds for a mistrial. The state could move for a mistrial, but here's the pickle they're in. They're winning. They've got the evidence against this guy. They've got him. They've been able to check every box, no pun intended. So why would they do that? Instead, what the judge is going to do, he called it a limiting instruction. Sometimes you hear the word curative, a curative instruction, meaning like cure the problem, where the judge will say, members of the jury, you are to totally disregard what you saw. It has no bearing on this case. It's not a fact in evidence. By the way, he wasn't being arrested. It was a detention because he ran away from home, which they already knew. This is so terrible. I am just stunned and amazed at what we just witnessed.
Wow. Okay, now I see what happened. Right? Wow. That's all I don't even know what else to say. Just wow. I mean, right. So it's okay because I didn't mean to. Okay, well, all's well. Let's go ahead and move on, huh? Really can't. The priest works at a school? No, I don't know what you mean. I don't know. Let me see something. Oh, give me this. Oh my goodness, Jack. Wow, wow, wow. Well, what can they do about it, though? If they've already seen it, I don't know what they can do about it. That's the part that I'm really struggling with right now. Other than mistrial. Jeez. I don't think people get enough trouble for that shit. You know, just like Melanie Pulowski, she should be charged with contempt of court. You know, you shouldn't be allowed to pull that shit and get away with it. If you're not allowed to do something per the law, then you're not allowed to do it. This really pisses me off. Let me look. There was another thing. Oh, okay. Hold on one second. Oh, shit. Hold on. Okay, here, let me see. Okay, here's another video. Oh, cute, sis. That sounds cute. Yeah, that's what I was just going to play right now, Legs. Yeah, I saw that too.
Timothy Ferriter, the defendant, the father on the stand. This guy has been stoic inside the courtroom. I mean, look at the picture we're looking at there. I mean, About 98% of the time, that's kind of how he looks. And, you know, when you're accused of a crime and you're in a courtroom, you know the jury's watching, et cetera. Defense attorneys try to tell you not to show anything. And it's been difficult for me personally to read this guy, to understand this guy. Now, the jury in the same room with him may have a little bit of a different take and maybe little things that he's doing. I don't know. But it's been tough because you don't get to see any sort of reaction or emotion or anything from him. It's that look, you know, the perfectly gelled hair, the suit, and just that look that he has in the courtroom. The most stoic of any defendant in recent times here on Court TV. Now, the other thing that sort of adds to all of that is that he chose and remained silent. Of course, you're allowed to do that. We understand that at Court TV. You understand that at home. I mean, it's part of our constitutional rights. We have the right to remain silent. We don't have to prove a thing if we're accused of a crime. He's been accused of a crime, doesn't have to prove anything. It's up to state to prove everything beyond any and all reasonable doubt, every element of every crime that he's been charged with. But his silence, when you combine that with his stoic presence in the courtroom, doesn't give you an indication of who this guy is. Like, who is he? Who is Timothy Ferriter? What is this guy really like? We know what he's like in moments on the video with his son. The jury gets to see it. We get to hear it. Not great moments. The defense played other moments that they thought were more normal, but you don't get the true, what hasn't come through to me, and through his silence, I think it added to that, is that I feel like he's almost not humanized. Like he cold, distant, and not like a real person. And again, it's nothing that he has to prove. It's nothing that he's compelled to say. It's about the evidence and the facts, but at the end of the day, you're judging a man. And here you're trying to judge a man for why he did what he did. Like, we know what he did. He had this box built. We know that he yelled at his son and other things like that. But the real question for the jury is why this was being done. Was it out of a place of utter frustration? And I'm not getting that from him firsthand, so it's difficult. And I was surprised that he chose to remain silent. So he remains silent. He's stoic in the court, but what is his body language saying in all of this? Both his reactions to testimony in the courtroom and things that are being played for the jury. Is there any little indicator there that tells us how this is making him feel? You know, the slightest movement, because I haven't been able to pick that up. That's why we've got an expert coming in tonight. Also going to take a listen to his voice when he does speak and he does yell at his son. What does that indicate? Does it indicate a place of where that's coming from? Because to me, again, that's what this case is all about. The other part is, and this is real, when a jury is judging someone, you know, do they like him? Right? In the Johnny Depp case, great example. The jury didn't like Amber Heard, but they liked Johnny Depp. And that was really a result of who they were inside the courtroom. And some of the recordings, obviously, as well. But it's really who they were in the courtroom, day in and day out. He hasn't exposed himself to that. So I don't know if this jury's going to like him based upon what they've seen and heard. And he hasn't, and he chose not to testify. Again, his choice, his right. But will this jury like him? And who is Timothy Ferriter? Let's see what we can figure out through the body language. Joining us tonight in Alexandria, Virginia, body language expert, New York Times bestselling author of You Can't Lie to Me, Janine Driver is with us. Janine, great to see you tonight. This is like a difficult task I have for you tonight.
Well, personally, I think it's really easy to see what type of person he is. I think he's a jackass. That's just my opinion. I'm no expert.
Because You're looking at a man in a courtroom who is extremely stoic, I'm not picking up on anything. And then we're going to have some recordings where you don't even get to see him because there's his minor son is in the video, so we're not going to show it. So I know it's a difficult task tonight, but I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Absolutely. I'm ready. I even have notes tonight because this is challenging, but like a friend of mine, Frank Marsh, says at the FBI behavioral unit, everything says something.
Okay. So we're going to begin. This is Timothy Ferriter. This is the Ring video recording. We aren't going to see it. The jury did, but we'll hear his voice. And this is right after his adopted son has had a tantrum and has broken some things in his room. So after that happens, this is Tim Ferriter speaking with his son. Let's listen.
Oh, you ripped it up? You ripped it off the wall? Yeah. Good job. I won the bet. I didn't think it'd last 3 weeks. Who are you looking for attention from? No one. Well, somebody, because you wouldn't do it. Oh, it's so sad. So you're mad because asked you about your tablet, about your Chrome pad, your Chromebook? Yeah. Well, you've been stealing and lying and running away and calling yourself Richard. You're lucky you have anything. Give me a break. You want to get serious with me? Stand up. Stand up. You want to get serious with me? You're going down that pathway again. You got kicked out of basis. You're lucky we left because you weren't going to be let back. So are you going to do that here too? No. You're acting like a here. This is jerk. But you're a big tough guy. You're going by the police. You're going to lie to the police. Tell some guy you're Richard. So I'm going to talk real frank to you. This language is not used out there in front of the baby and the girls. But you're a tough guy. Right? You're going to break. Right? I don't think I don't even like ripping off the wall. Let's talk. Get rid of it. I don't need stuff. I got stuff I got to do in my life to pay for your food and your housing and your clothes and your sisters and your brother. That I don't need your extra that you're just asking for attention for. When you got a lot of gifts that you have that other people don't have, and you on them. And you're mad because thinks I'm doing something. Hell yes! Because I can expect you to get better. You do the same over and over again.
All right, Janine, there's two parts to this, right? There's his voice in the recording, and then there's him sitting in the courtroom. Tell me what you saw.
Well, of course, he's trying to intimidate. I don't think you need to be a body language expert to hear that with that raised tone and pitch of voice. Voice is really important. I think we'll talk about that quite a bit tonight. What I want to talk about here is early on in this particular clip, Vinny, and you know, we see Tim look down left. Down left is either in one of two things, if it's right-handed or left-handed. It's either internal dialogue where he's having a conversation with himself, or deep emotion, and he's processing that emotion. Not only in this clip, but in other clips, if you're watching this case, you're going to see Tim occasionally do this. He pulls his out just really subtly for a micro expression of fear. And you may not see fear like we traditionally might see fear, like really big and pulled back, but this subtle fear, what's happening is he's sucking in air, I believe, in the corners of his mouth. And this is a major, reliable indicator of concern, anxiety, and fear. And so he thinks he's not giving it away, but you'll see him. There's another clip where he talks, the mother is talking about stealing candy. I don't know if we're getting into that, but you again, in court, we see Tim do this little grimace. That grimace is a micro expression of fear in a 15th of a second. You can't not see it once you know what to look for. then in the auditory that we're hearing in the audio, that increase in tone and pitch of voice, that is actually a way to get attention, and it does not serve us well when reducing conflict with people. A hostage negotiator, Jim Kavanaugh, my hostage negotiator mentor, didn't scream and told people hostage in Waco, Texas. He said, "Hey, David, everyone out here says you're a man of your word and you could be trusted." Clearly, this guy doesn't have the skills on how to deal with conflict. I always say, do you want to be right or do you want to be effective? Clearly, in this situation, he's looking to be right, but clearly not effective. If it was effective, then this would have been the end of it. There would have been no other problems with his son, right? With listening. There's a lot happening here, even though it might not seem like there is.
So when you say you see expressions of fear, so he's hearing this, do you think the fear is, oh my goodness, this does not sound good, this is really bad news for me?
Hey, well, this is the deal, Vinny, and you at home. We don't know what the catalyst is. We can spot these micro expressions: happiness, sadness, fear, surprise, anger, contempt, and disgust. Quite frankly, I'm looking for contempt, and I haven't seen it yet in the clip that you've shown me. But without a doubt, it's a couple things, right? It's either, boy, it doesn't sound good. It could be that. It could also be, I'm going to end up in jail. I mean, he's up for what, 40 years, Vinny? So he didn't take the plea deal. And so we don't know what's inside of his head, but sure, we got the fear, especially when those happen, they're trying to mask them. And here's the special thing: body language shows up to 5 seconds before thought. So
Well, I hope he is afraid. Let's hope. He should be. My opinion, he should be afraid.
know he's scared before his brain knows he's scared. So there's that 5 second delay. That's why it's so critical for us to decode body language, because we get a 5 second advantage. Think about the military or athletes. Does 5 seconds make a difference? Yeah,
big difference. Big
here,
difference.
there's fear. There is fear.
Okay, let's move to Tracy Ferriter, because she's there as well inside the courtroom. She's been watching the trial in the gallery. She's going to have her own trial after this. Here she is listening to, again, another one of these Ring camera recordings. Let's watch.
What do you need? You have pajamas? Are those them right there? Do you hear me? Oh, here we go. Back to this where you can't talk. You're a middle school boy. You want to do all these things. You want to do chess. You want to do things. But you can't talk because you got caught being dishonest. Okay, well, that's fine. Guess I'll just keep giving you more chances. Every day, new chance for even though doesn't care, he doesn't want to be nice to anyone. Oh, let's let do this. Oh, let's let me bring some food because I think he's gonna have a good night. Oh, let me do everything for okay. Oh, can't talk because he got in trouble because he got caught. It's like, give me a break. Start owning up to what you're doing and then try to fix the problem like we keep telling you.
Gene, the only thing I'm seeing a lot of eye blinks. I don't know if it was an extraordinary number of them, but what did you see?
Well, the blink rate is 3 times the normal rate that we're seeing here, which indicates a spike in stress and anxiety. And something's happening here. We're seeing dimpling of her chin. And when we see this, Elizabeth Holmes did this too. I don't know if you remember this interview. Elizabeth Holmes, who's now, I think she's in jail as well, for scamming the public on a blood test that could test multiple diseases. Elizabeth Holmes was once asked.
Hey, court is back in session, guys. There is a verdict. Oh, wow, guys, this is it. Whew. That was fast. Hey, tough as nails. Just in time. The verdict just came in. Oh my. I'm so nervous. Hey, Sicilian. Yep, it does. Me too.
All rise.
Jury entering.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, members of the jury, has the jury selected a foreperson? And that's you, Mr. Bushy? All right, Mr. Bushy, has the jury reached a verdict in this matter? No, you can just tell me yes or no, has the jury reached a verdict? All right, if you could please hand the verdict to my courtroom deputy. Madam Clerk, please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 15th Judicial Circuit, Criminal Division in and for Palm Beach County, Florida, case number 22 CF001136, BMB Division B, State of Florida versus Timothy Dunn Ferriter, defendant. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows. As to count 1, we find the defendant guilty of aggravated child abuse as charged in the information. As to count 2, we find the defendant guilty of false imprisonment as charged in the information. As to count 3, we find the defendant guilty of neglect of a child as charged in the information.
Yes.
So we say all this 12th day of October 2023 in West Palm Beach, Florida, signed by the jury foreperson.
All right, does either side wish to have the jury polled? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, there's been a request to have the jury polled, and that simply means that each of you will be asked the question of whether the verdict is your verdict or not. If it is, you should only answer yes. If it is not, of course, you should answer no and nothing further. So Madam Clerk, at this time, if you could please poll the jury.
Juror 1, were the verdicts as read your verdict? Juror 2, were the verdicts as read your verdicts? Yes. Juror 3, were the verdicts as read your verdicts? Juror 4, were the verdicts as read your verdicts? Juror 5, were the verdicts as read your verdicts? Juror 6, were the verdicts as read your verdicts?
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, this concludes your service to your community in this matter. I want to thank you for the time and commitment that you've made to this case. It went a lot longer than I'd originally estimated. But in any event, I watched all of you during the course of the trial. You did exactly what I had requested. You stayed focused and tuned into the evidence during all phases of the case. And I hope everyone has a much better appreciation of the great responsibility that comes with serving as a juror in our community. So with that, I do want to thank you. My bailiff will give you a letter of thanks from me. Also, a certificate of appreciation from the Palm Beach County Bar Association, and a short little survey that I'll just ask that you return it when you get some time. Other than that, I do wish the best to all of you. And with that, you're excused. And Mark, you may escort the jurors out. All right, everyone may be seated. All right, Ms. Coakley, anything that I need to address as far as adjudication in accordance with the verdict?
he doesn't have a prior adjudication, but it is aggravated child abuse is a first-degree felony, so we'd request adjudication at this time. We'd also ask that he be remanded into custody at this time,
Okay,
pending sentencing.
Ms. Murad?
Your Honor, I would request that the court, as to him being remanded, he has been out of custody for 2 years without any issues or any violations of bond. If the court is inclined to remand him, my request is that the court put him on a monitor. He does have a place that he can live in Palm Beach County. He has no criminal record whatsoever, and he has no custody of any of the children.
Okay. All right, so the court, I'm going to adjudicate the defendant in accordance with the verdict, guilty of the charge of aggravated child abuse, guilty of the charge of false imprisonment, and guilty of neglect. At this time, I'm going to remand the defendant to the custody of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department. That's without prejudice for you to file any type of motion that you deem appropriate, Ms. Murad, for pretrial release or release during pending appeal. This ruling today is without prejudice for me to receive that and consider that at the appropriate time. Let me get an idea as to what the state is looking for in terms of a sentencing hearing.
I can do it as soon as the defense can be ready. He is entitled to a PSI. I don't know what the defense's position is as to that.
I will waive PSI, Your Honor. This is a sentencing that I should be able to get done relatively quickly. Should the court have time in 2 or 3 weeks?
I'll make whatever time that I have to expedite sentencing if that's what both sides request.
That's fine, Your Honor. I won't need more than 20 or 30 minutes for my presentation.
All right, so Ms. Murad,
I would need an hour to hour and a half.
so I'm going to set aside 2 hours for sentencing, and Cynthia, let's pick a date on an afternoon for 2-hour setting. No earlier than 3 weeks out. That should be enough time for you to do what you have to do, Ms. Murad, but no more than 5 weeks. So in that 2-week period there, let's pick a 2-hour setting. All right, does that date work for everybody? November 16th for sentencing
Yes.
for the state?
All right, I can just have 1 second to get to that. Yes, you said Thursday or a Monday?
Thursday, November 16th.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at October. So sorry.
Yeah, can you believe, ask for him to go home? No, he was
Yeah,
just
that is
found
fine with
guilty.
All right, so the sentencing of this matter is set for Thursday, November 16th at, what was the time, 2:30? 1:30, 2 hours reserved. All right, anything else that the court needs to address before we adjourn?
No, Your Honor, we are going to need to do a status. I know Ms. Marshall is in here. We're going to need to do a status check because I don't think we have a future date on Ferriter.
Could we do it the same day as the sentencing?
That'd be fine, if you're good with
I
that.
might reach out to Ms. Marshall about having something next.
She better, I wonder if she still has an option.
Whenever you want to come in will be fine with me.
Have a plea
The
deal.
morning docket, as you know, is generally pretty heavy, so one more hearing.
Might want to think about it, stupid ass.
Okay.
You stupid,
All right, so
stupid man, look at you,
then that
dickhead.
concludes the court's business today. I do want to thank both sides for a professionally presented case. We had a couple hiccups here and there, but over the course of an 8-day trial, that's to be expected. But thanks to both sides for the commendable job that each of you did. All right, thank you. Remanded 0 bond, but that's without prejudice for a subsequent motion be filed. And if you have the orders on adjudication, I'll go ahead and sign those now. All right, so I'll remain here to sign the judgment and the adjudication. That'll be fine. So I'll remain on the bench because I have a long walk back to my courtroom, so it's better I just stay here. You can, thank you.
Yep, guilty on all charges. Yep, she does. She is next. Right now, actually, I think he's looking at 30 years, and I don't think he won't get 30 years. I don't think.
Is this the original or a copy? Here, yeah, if you could just make me a copy and you keep the original.
Yeah, they are boys. I think they're so damn cute. Yeah, you think you're so smart, huh? Yes, he's guilty on all charges. They did that very fast, too. Yeah, she better know it. So stupid of him not to take that plea deal, I'm telling you. That was dumb. Yeah, he's all tough when it comes to kids. Let's see what happens to him in prison. Because he's a pussy. Well, I think that just realistically, I don't think that she's saying that's what she wants. I think she's saying that's probably what's going to happen. Right. That just, I mean, right. No, I get that. I mean, realistically, people who commit murder don't get 30 years. Not always. Definitely not always. I don't know, but you know what? The caging of somebody, whatever charge that is. Yeah, I wonder too, Frazzled. I wonder. Does it make I don't know. I mean, it shouldn't make a difference, any of their kids, because they're all legally their kids.
More?
I don't really know how that works,
Just
though.
a moment.
False imprisonment. Okay, yeah, Sicilian. Okay, I couldn't think of that term. What? I don't know, Queen. I've seen that the state has custody of Ronan, but I don't know about the other ones. Seriously, he is. He's scared, though. I guarantee he's scared shitless. He's a pussy.
All right, Ms. Coakley, I have the proposed judgment up here. This is the only document I need to sign today, correct? All right, Madam Clerk, here's the judgment. All right, that concludes the court's work today. Court is in recess.
Wow, well, that was good. I'm just wondering if it's going to show her again. Oh, yeah, he's going to cry. Yeah. He's not going to do well in prison. Right. Tough as not. Yeah. But see, if you're found guilty of doing this to one child, do you get any of them back? I mean, I don't think that you can have your kids, any of them back. Yeah, you guys, I don't think anybody here is arguing that, you know, he shouldn't fry. We're just thinking of what we think will happen. He did think he was going to get out. He did. Yeah, she's out on bond still, but wow. I love you. I love you. I love you. Yep. He so thought he was going to beat it. He's a stupid man, I'm telling you. No, they haven't scheduled her court yet. Her trial. No, we don't know when that's going to happen. I'm just happy he was found guilty. Yeah, I think he's scared. He's scared shitless right now. Look how fleshy he is and stuff. He hasn't had to, you know, he's been out on bond this whole time. Was that his brother? The tall blonde? Mohawk mom? Is that the peace song? Wow. The brother, you mean? I didn't see that. I wish they had the sound on still. Oh, nice, Jack. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, I want to see this. The one that's with his wife, right? Okay, I see. Wow. He did. I didn't catch that last time. Well, yeah, I don't. Honestly, I'm just glad he was found guilty and he's going to jail right now. You know, this could have been very iffy. I mean, I felt for sure that the jury was going to see that no matter, I mean, his defense was that the kid deserved it. Give me a fucking break. I mean, come on. That's ridiculous. I didn't know that he would get all counts out. Yeah, me too. I didn't, you know what? I didn't even listen to that. I know they scheduled the date of the sentencing, and I didn't bother to listen to it for some reason. Which was dumb. They must have been shitting their pants when that came back so fast. November 16th. Oh, okay, good.
I'll walk over to the mailbox.
Guilty on all charges.
Wow. What were the charges? Basically child abuse, I guess.
Yeah, felony child abuse, false imprisonment, and neglect. Looking at 30 years. And he turned down a plea bargain for 24 months.
What?
He turned down a plea bargain for 24 months. Yeah, because that's just how cocky he is. He thought he was going to get by with it. Asshole. Yep. Yep. See how you feel about isolation, how you feel about having no one to talk to for hours on end. Hey, Ragin. The dirtbag is guilty. Tim the Tool. Oh, hey, Jerry. Yep. He's going bye-bye. No, you know what happened, Jerry? I put it on this channel and just was watching, and it had the seal up there, and then all of a sudden it was showing them in court, and I didn't know what was happening. But the court, the jurors wanted to listen to the sister's testimony again. And they did, and then like very quickly came back with the verdict. So, yeah, pretty awesome. Oh, yeah, he will appeal, of course. Everybody appeals. It doesn't mean anything. Most people do. You know, if it's if you get sentenced for a lot, I mean, people don't appeal that. I mean, I don't know, but it's almost a given for people to appeal. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very rare to even get anywhere with an appeal. Get down, get down. I'm going to take Jack to Costco today. That's a sentencing by itself. Right, that's the one I think that's going to get him the most time. Yeah. You know, think about, you know, what could have happened if there was a fire or, I mean, what the fuck? That is just crazy. Right. I know, right? So sometimes I think I'm not so smart. This could take forever. Do you guys want to finish watching the Dinkins sentencing? Right, that's me too. You know what? Because I'm thinking, I bet they will offer. I mean, if she's already turned one down, I bet they will offer again, just for the sake of money and all that stuff. I get, you know, I don't know. But Dinkins is the guy that killed his son's sister. He wasn't the father, but it's really sad. It's horrible. I watched most of that trial. But I guess he goes all crazy on the courtroom. Yeah, they asked if he could have, you know, stay at home until sentencing. No. I wonder if they told him to or what. I don't know. Yeah.
Congratulations on
Right. I bet. I bet.
all eyes. Except for the occasional phone call, but, oh, he's throwing it out. That's it, out of the other thing.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Joby, it's so cute. Yeah, I know he has a place to stay. Yeah, we know. I mean, don't they? I don't know. Did you like that picture I got of his mom on the thumbnail? Yeah, she does. If they offer her another deal, she damn well better take it, idiot. He doesn't, he tries to pick him up, but they don't let him. And he wants to play with them. They do play with them pretty good. Libby plays with them and he cracks up at them. Yeah, I think this can go on forever. Yeah, he can't pick him up and carry him around. Sicilian. No, I put a picture of her on my thumbnail. We don't know, Region. I know the Ronan is in a facility of some kind. And I guess they have had issues there with him. I assume the other ones are in. Oh. Yeah, dude. Oh, there he goes, guys. Dumbass. Yeah. There he goes. Time for a mug shot. Oh, really? Shabby lived in Marana. That's very close to Tucson. And Marana is very small. Yep. Oh, wow. Oh. Do you know that, sis? I don't know. Well, you got right above Coconino or Yavapai. Yavapai is where our property is. You'll be in San Diego Thursday, next Thursday. Oh, there's Coconino or Yavapai. You you did miss it and guilty on all charges. Yep. Yeah. Really, San Diego is awesome. Yeah, Maricopa is where we're at. It's the big, most populated Phoenix and surrounding areas is Maricopa. Oh, is there one trending down? Oh, I don't know. Pima, there's Pima, Pinal. That are on the border. I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Yuma is a whole lot of nuttin'. But it is very close to San Diego. Yep, it is. Yeah, I can't think, Jerry. Do you guys want to watch that? Oh, really? Oh my God, Mama's a boss. Yuma is gross. I think it is. Yeah, we know all about snowbirds. Jovi, I started watching that one the other day about Snowflake. When I was a kid, we always went to Snowflake. My dad had property in Snowflake. Really? Yeah, shit seems to be getting crazier in Pinal. Was she? I wondered. Yeah, that shit makes me nervous out there. Everybody's going so fast out there. That's the problem. Like on Ironwood too, right? Everybody is just flying down that road.
For possession with intent to deliver, which would be the Class C felony, and he was sentenced to 2 years prison for that particular offense. And I think that really speaks to the issue of Mr. Dinkins and how he views himself relative to society. And rather than recognizing that as individuals who live in society, we each have an obligation to one another to respect one another's rights, but to recognize that there are boundaries and that we have an obligation to conduct ourselves in a law-abiding manner. And that's certainly something that he has never learned, and he continued to engage in law violations. After his discharge from prison, I'm looking very simply at offenses that reflects a lack of regard for others. We have a violation of a no contact order in 2001. We've got a domestic battery resulting in bodily harm, and then a charge of endangering life and or health of a child in 2001. Then we've got 3 different offenses that occurred during the period of 2002 through 2003 involving thefts. We've got a violation for the sex offender registry starting in 2003. And then even after that, we have got 2 more violations of the sex offender registry within the 2003 and 2004 period of time. Moving on, one of the things that is certainly replete throughout his criminal history is you see that substance abuse is an issue that he has had ongoing problems with. There are a number of arrests and convictions for possessions of controlled substances and even OWI first offenses. And in several of those instances, he had been convicted of OWI third offenses 3 times. I bring that out because, again, this is yet another offense that places society at risk when you have an individual who is consuming any type of intoxicant, whether it be alcohol or drugs, and then is actively going out in the community and driving and putting any member of the public who is out on the street at risk. And then beyond just driving offenses related to his privileges to operate a vehicle that had been revoked, and that is an ongoing theme that we see throughout his criminal history. We do have a voluntary absence from custody. And we've got that type of history that took us up to the point in time where Breasia was kidnapped and then murdered in July of 2020. It's very sad. I mean, it's extremely sad. And you consider those circumstances, but then we stop and consider the circumstances involving Mr. Dinkins, particularly as it relates to his relationship with Aisha Langford, his relationship with Breasia Terrell, and even the fact that his youngest son was the brother of Breasia. Mr. Dinkins took advantage of a situation that no mother could have conceived would have happened. You have a mother who is having that chance contact with him at a convenience store to have a discussion with Mr. Dinkins about the importance of spending time with his son and being a father. That's a conversation that any mother would have. And certainly a mother encouraging a father to spend time with his son is something that we see happening in a world where we want there to be those healthy relationships. You've got that scenario, and then we stop and consider the relationship of Breasia to Mr. Dinkins' son. As Aisha Langford talked about, the 2 children were very close to one another and essentially were attached at the hip. And so with Mr. Dinkins' son going to spend time with him, and the child wanting his sister to be there with him, a mother who's encouraging a father to spend time with his child and recognizing that in order to facilitate that, even though there hadn't been permission given for Briasia to go, but then finding out after the fact that when she's gotten off work, that very circumstance has arisen, and then for Mr. Dinkins to take that and remove Briasia from the apartment in the middle of the night, and then ultimately we find that that child's been brutally murdered, with her having been shot in the face on the side of the jaw, and having been shot twice in the front of her chest, and traveling to the back. The state can't even begin to conceive what that 10-year-old child was thinking as she was standing there and Mr. Dinkins presented that gun and fired and killed that child. And then you take that and you stop and consider that this family is forced to live a nightmare that they could have never conceived of. And it's not a nightmare that comes to an end. Miss Langford, her son, her youngest son, her oldest son, they're going to live with the repercussions of this for the rest of their life. Quite honestly, when you stop and consider Mr. Dinkins' son, he was an 8-year-old child. And how do you take a child of 8?
Hi, Justice Jane. Haven't seen you for a long time. Hope you're doing well.
Who is at a stage in their life where children are innocent. And then that child is taken by his father after Briasia has been shot and killed, and essentially been a companion with him and forced to go with his father as his father took steps to cover up his crime. And it's changed that child. The youngest boy, he's had struggles ever since. The child's completely derailed, Your Honor, and he's acting out. One of the things that I've had discussions with the child about, and certainly this is something that Miss Langford has pursued, is the issue of getting the child into counseling. But the problem is the child's fighting that because the child doesn't want to talk about the issue. He doesn't want to talk about the issue because it hurts too much. And so now we have an 11-year-old who has no concept of the value of talking out and through something that's so painful, and he's living with that pain. And what it's doing is it's created a scenario where this child is not healing. Instead, he is angry and he's fighting the world. And you have a mother who has lost her daughter who has been brutally murdered. And now the mother, not only in dealing with the stress of that, now is in the position that she's fighting for the life of her youngest child, worrying about where that child's going to end up because he can't resolve the trauma that he's gone through. And I think, you know, in considering all of those variables, while they are life sentences without parole, I think that this is a situation where the state is going to recommend consecutive sentencing because the dynamics and what has happened deserves consecutive sentencing. And so that's going to be the state's recommendation. Beyond that, Your Honor, I would note that pursuant to the provisions of Iowa Code Section 910.3 capital B, Mr. Dinkins is required to pay $150,000 in victim restitution to the heirs of Briasia Terrell. Aisha Langford, being her mother, would obviously be one of those heirs. Briasia's father is deceased. And so I think under the rules of intestate succession, Aisha Langford would be the heir pursuant to what we would consider under our probate law. So I would identify that for the record. Additionally, Your Honor, there had been a claim submitted by Ms. Langford to the Crime Victim Assistance Program for loss of wages and then also for crime-related travel expenses. The Crime Victim Assistance Program did in fact pay out a claim of $6,055.25. So the state is asking for the payment of that restitution by Mr. Dinkins to the Crime Victim Assistance Program. As far as burial expenses, we don't know what that figure is yet. At the time of this trial, well, actually at the time that the state was preparing for trial, and I had been meeting with the pathologist to prepare her for her testimony. We had discussions. Briasia's little body is still in the custody of the Iowa State Medical Examiner's Office. And so as a part of that discussion, I indicated that once the sentencing was done, I would then contact the State Medical Examiner's Office and ask for the release of the body. Once we finish this particular proceeding, I will make that call, and then that will afford the family the opportunity to finally put Briasia to rest. So there will be an additional motion filed by the state setting that matter for a victim restitution hearing, as we will be seeking those burial expenses. Beyond that, Your Honor, one other issue that I need to talk about. There has been a change in procedure relative to the payment of travel time and even payment of time for victims who have come and testified in trial. It used to be that where a witness was called to testify, we could turn in the subpoena, we could identify if they were there for a half day or a day, and then put mileage on the subpoena. We've been advised by the clerk's office with the changes that have occurred. First of all, the court has to make a determination that Mr. Dinkins is indigent. I know that defense counsel has filed various motions identifying Mr. Dinkins as being indigent. And if the court does make that finding that he is indigent, then the state has a claim for payment of non-expert witness fees that would apply to Deputy Adam Wojciechowski. He was from the Clinton area, and so he had to travel, and we've got the travel expenses and the witness fee there. That would be for $111. It would be for Matt Dean. He was one of our 3 fishermen from the Clinton area.
Court has very little, almost no
witness fee, so that would be a total of $416.
Court has very little, almost no discretion here. Our argument,
Sorry, I just
first of
want to
all,
get that
is
over
legal in nature. The court, in its ruling and its findings of fact, finding Mr. Dinkins guilty under the kidnapping element, found that necessarily Mr. Dinkins had to cause Breasia Terrell's death to satisfy the serious injury element of the kidnapping in the first degree. Under that analysis, we would submit to the court that the kidnapping and the murder would merge into essentially one conviction because it would require the murder of Breasia Terrell to satisfy that third element of kidnapping in the first degree. So the court should only sentence him to a single term of life of imprisonment, even if it is not a legal issue. It certainly is a fact issue. Mr. Dinkins is going to prison for the rest of his life today. He has one life to give. That's all he has to give. Anything more than that is symbolic. That's it. This crime, as the court has set out in its findings of fact, and the court heard for several days, to find Mr. Dinkins guilty, all these facts were contemporaneous as to time, as to date, as to location, as to whatever the motive was. Those are all part and parcel of the same scheme, plan, whatever. We would submit that under that analysis, and that's part of the analysis the court has to consider when it's sentencing someone, that this should be a concurrent sentence instead of a consecutive sentence. This sentence is, like I said, non-discretionary. It's told to us by the legislature that it's one of those crimes or 2 of those crimes that when they occur, that they check all the boxes that we take away someone's liberty for the rest of their life. This is the worst sentence you can get in Iowa. So we would ask the court to sentence him to 2 life terms, run them concurrent. As far as the restitution, Mr. Dinkins, of course, has to pay restitution. We just received the motion on the crime victim assistance today. Haven't had much of a chance to review that. What I suggest is that we hold that open until they file their other request and then give us a period of time to object. If we don't object, that would be entered without further order. And that's all I have to say, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham, do you wish to address the argument of merger?
Your Honor, I'm comfortable with the suggestion that's been made by counsel relative to the issue of victim restitution.
Thank you. Mr. Dinkins, this is your opportunity to address me and tell me what you would like me to know before I pronounce sentence in this case.
Oh, look at this crap.
What are you supposed to do when you're told you can't even speak in court, especially when you see and know something ain't right? Logistically, it's like having a gag order, which prevents you from addressing the court with any of the issues. What if your issues are with the judge, the prosecutor, or the attorney? You are not allowed to put anything on record at any time of these issues during the court proceedings, unless it's asked the question of the judge, the prosecutor, or your attorney. What happened to the rights of freedom of speech if a person addressed a matter to the court in the proper proceedings? Even if it's in the same spectrum as if your attorney or your prosecutor are addressing the courts or any issues. Your Honor, may I speak to the court? There are so many various issues people might have at different times of the court proceeding. I believe these issues could be, I believe if these issues could be resolved between client and counsel, then there wouldn't be a problem. But that's not always the case. I'm only going to speak right now because this is my only opportunity to address the court during the closing of this trial, which is kind of too late for me. Even if you do ask your attorney to ask certain questions, sometimes things don't get done. I have a speech that I would like to address the courts with if the judge allowed me the opportunity to say the following. Let me address the facts about everything regarding my case. First, I want to know if I can quote case numbers or just saying the same, either or will be fine to me. Where is the justice in the judicial system, and how do you beat a system that is against you that's not playing fair? When I was in Clinton County Jail, I remember 2 detectives coming to charge me with this case. I remember the female detective saying, we're going to make you look like a monster when this is over. That statement was made during my initial report. Who is they? That's the $1 million question that would arise a little later further in this reading. I'm only going to speak facts. To be honest, I was already found guilty before this case and trial already began. I can see it as racial profiling behind my background. I'm saying this because how everything played out from the beginning all the way up to now. I contemplated over the moves that the state used to hinder my character to fit their benefits. First, they blast my name widespread coverage, negatively nonstop on the news, in the papers, and all over social media, and even on posters. This made me vulnerable towards animosity towards the public and guaranteed people to have a bad image of me in their thoughts. So if I chose a jury trial, this pretty much polluted their thoughts about the type of person they wanted to image me as. And all this went global for their support. Now I'm guaranteed not to get a fair jury selection for trial. And even if I chose a bench trial, it would be sealed with a guilty verdict. So where is the equal liberty and justice in the system when you're being railroaded? By the police, the detectives, and others working hand in hand. It really don't take no rocket scientists to see through this magnetic picture. Through these series of events, I know I've been railroaded, so either way, the state had the odds in their favor. The state produced 900 exhibits offered into evidence. I can honestly say I've only seen 35 exhibits before this trial, but I was given 665 exhibits during trial to have for my records. I never had the opportunity to look over 90% of any of this for preparation for trial, but this includes footages as well. So this is what the courts had to offer me. All this was new to me during trial, but I believe the 700 exhibits offered was the shortcut. I believe there are others that the state didn't provide, allowing the defendant preparation for trial by deception by deception. So once again, where is the equal injustice in the judicial system when you're told you can't speak, especially when you see the state ain't playing fair? I do remember being transferred from Davenport to Clinton County Jail behind the bad publicized coverage. I remember a couple of things taking place while I was being there. First, I asked for a change of venue behind the negative news. I also made the comment, man, they're never going to find it because it's been quite some time. As the time progressed, that even made it even slimmer. I also was going to represent myself because all the attorneys that the state was providing wasn't doing nothing in my case. So I just wasn't about to do nothing as well. So I at least was going to try to attempt pro se. When I seen the judge, he made the comment saying, I have no problem opposing this time on you. You need to reconsider your decision because you're facing some real serious charges. When I seen the look in the judge's eyes, I knew then I had to get a jury trial. But through the news coverage and the news confirming this I know I had to get a jury trial, but through the news press coverage confirming this verdict with the high profile in this murder case. So my chances of winning even with a jury trial was slim, and if you don't have the right attorney, it's even slimmer. I was told by a buddy that if you have this case heard in any remote area where this is being televised, you would be found guilty, and this was by the state's own officials that uphold the laws. So once again, where's the equal liberty and justice for the system for all? This racism do run deep in the Iowa system for people of color, which I'm not only talking blacks. I know whites also have the same problem as well, but it's more common for the people for men of color. But the profile racism I'm dealing with is behind my background, and almost 75% of their news coverage they mention my background or something in regards of that nature. If I didn't have that, I would have never got charged. When I was in Marshall County before this trial began, here they go again, sliding negative news coverage of my background a week or so before my jury selection was about to begin. I said something to my attorney, which all he said was, there's nothing we can do about that. I made my mind up that if they're not going to play fair and I can't get a fair jury selection, I should just take my case back to Davenport. Once I was transferred to Cedar Rapids County Jail, before my trial, the day of my trial, here they was again, name on news. I really don't know a lot about the laws, but I know enough when I see a lot of my constitutional rights being violated from the beginning up to now. Through this racial profile, the state and others have shown ambiguous behaviors that sought constantly through these drawn lines. But what can you do when you're told you're not allowed to speak? I can only play with what's provided by the courts and the state's rules. Me and my family tried to contact my attorney on several different occasions, which I was told that he was working on the other client's case. To you, Judge Latham, you handpicked my attorney. I went through 3 different attorneys, but the handpicked one was my last option. I'm not going to bash my counsel, because I know he personally did more than the Davenport public pretenders. But I know he overlooked some things in my case. I'm not quite understanding how I wasn't given 665 exhibits or seen any footages before this trial. He did make me believe he was going to raise these issues, but I never seen nothing come forward. I've asked several times, but was told you have nothing to worry about. I was being bamboozled by the blind side while nothing was being introduced or brought to the surface. I really don't know if this would have made a difference because the judge was just looking for any reason to get this verdict.
No, this does remind me of Daryl Brooks, totally.
And while I was in Clinton and Cedar Rapids, the judge's demeanor spoke real clear to me of the court, which made me realize that I never had a chance to win from the beginning. So once again, where is the justice in the judicial system when you see the judge in his own personal emotion, then you hear the judge say that everything made against you, he find credible, then tell you everything you said is a lie and untruthful, even when they know you know they lied. I do understand the power of the pen, especially when the power of authority is being abused behind watchful seers. I do wish situations were different, but the state has played dirty when they know they didn't have anything on me while I was their easiest target behind my background. I would have to say this is overwhelming, but I have to stay focused and grounded. I have more hurdles that I have to jump through, but I have to take things one step at a time. For those who believe this fight is over, guess what? Through my resilience, you will see me at the next checkpoint, God willing. My main focus is getting back home, but where is home after all this? Where is home? But right now, I have to stay focused on what's.
How about sorry for
what's more important?
Son?
I'm only able to play with what's provided by help from those who are watchful seers as well. I know the court has played unfair towards me. I played this scenario numerous times in my head trying to figure this out, but I keep coming up with the same answer. You never had a chance from the beginning. So I say this to you, Judge Layden. What if you would have found me? What if you wouldn't have never found me guilty and found me innocent? What would have been the outcome from their perspective? Everybody have to report to somebody, but God is but God is the final ultimate judge. I do forgive those who made past judgments against me unknowingly. Never once have the courts asked me about anything of the clothing or the shoes or during any of these allegations. I honestly believe that these items are not important, but it was just giving the state more ammunition to point a finger negativity towards me. Just like me not opening Andrea's door with my key to allow the police to walk into her residence. I don't have them rights for that. I don't pay no bills at her apartment to allow anyone access to her place. I didn't give no approval for her place for that. I didn't give no approval for a place that's not my place of authority to do. On the footage, I told him I checked, and he said, "Let's check." And then lied and said, "I told Andrea," and then he lied and said, "I said it was okay for him to go into Andrea's house."
Well, this girl, if he had been behind bars still.
But I will have to say the video do speak for itself. I will have to say there was one person's statement that was consistent from the initial report, the deposition to trial, and that was Miss Gardner, Aisha's mom. I do recall her talking to Aisha before I left with the kids, or I would have never left with either kid. I'm still stumped about 900 exhibits plus, and I'm saying plus because I've only received 700 and the state knows that the ones that would have set me free, they used deception and sabotage, but made a mistake by giving me 665 exhibits during trial to go through and decipher through after trial. I knew I was given 665 because I counted them, which I've already had 35 before this trial, and which gives me 700 in total, except for the ones I gave my attorney. I just want to hear when the state moved them exhibits to move things into mobile to fit their exhibits.
Oh God, he goes on with
Ms. Cunningham, I would ask that you take the witness stands. I think that would be easier, please.
Oh, this poor mom. Oh my God, this is going to be sad.
Okay.
Ms. Langford, you may proceed if you would just please state your name and spell your name for my court reporter.
Okay, my name is Aisha, spelled A-I-S-H-I-A, Langford, L-A-N-K-F-O-R-D.
You may proceed.
All right. Your Honor, my name is Aisha Langford, as I said before. The abbreviations are real. Before I say, I'd like to thank the court for providing me the opportunity for me to say, July 9, 2020, exactly 3 years ago. to the Jersey Ridge Apartments complex. Once I got outside the complex, Breasia running out, smiling as she always does. A smile that can light up a room, any room. We spoke for a few minutes while she held her dog, Chloe. She said she loved me, and I watched her run around to the apartment complex while her lovely locks bounced away around 6:30-ish. Those are my last words with my baby girl. So I wrapped my mental around her face. Her last words, she said to me, the amount of pain I felt and feel that no mom should ever have to feel, because man, that stuff hurts real bad in a different spot. I didn't even know it existed until you, Henry Dinkins, changed that for me. Broke my trust and emotions I had the day you took my baby girl from me and just gunned her down like she was nothing and left her and never said a word at all. It's really painful that a statement could bring so much anger. I have a number of questions for you, Henry Dinkins, surrounding that night that played through my mind every day. Did she want me? Was she scared? Did she see those gunshots coming? Did you shoot her while she was trying to get away? Did she scream for help? Did she beg you to stop? Did you see in her face when she realized she was shot the first time? What was her last words? Did you stay and watch my baby die? How long did she suffer? Did you watch the life leave from her beautiful hazel eyes? What did you do to my son? Why? Do you know the answers to any of these questions I asked, huh? Henry Dinkins, why you sit in this courtroom as if this shit don't hurt you? Watching you during these proceedings. That isn't right. You sit there with smiles and chatter during sensitive things and then tried to speak to me when you never once spoke to me after July 14th, 2020. You remember. When I saw you in Scott County Jail telling me you didn't do this, but why you haven't said nothing then? Why? Henry Dinkins, closure doesn't exist here in this case. Justice doesn't exist here in this case. You didn't just take away my baby's life. You didn't just take away my baby's life. You took away everything from me. My family's sense of security, laughs, health, and potential. Potential for Breasia to be someone's wife. The potential to be a mother, a college graduate, prom, everything. Oh, my baby girl, Henry. I went from believing I wasn't the best mom, but made things happen, but best I could, to doubting myself day in and day out as, what kind of person am I not to have protected my daughter? I've broken myself down many a times over and over, analyzing text messages, calls, and conversations about everything, trying to figure out what I could have done differently. I watched my oldest son completely lose his childhood and be the cast of being the man of the house for me, because I was truly broken the day I got the call stating they found my daughter. I'll never forget, March 22nd, 2021, around 7:30 p.m. So they told me they had information I had been waiting on. So that night, my tummy was in knots, and all I did was cry, and I held my pillow so tight, trying to hurry the nightfall so I could get up, so I could rush the kids to school and get on the highway near DeWitt, March 23rd, 2021. Once I got out there, it was a feeling I can't even describe, because it was the snuggle on my heart. Mentally, I was going insane because that was a different feeling in my body I wasn't used to. I kept myself covered from the media footage that was other, while I shed so many tears inside because I couldn't describe that my daughter lay behind those squad cars and big RV man. I couldn't do nothing to save her. All I got a glimpse of. All I got was a glimpse of a damn blue bag, man, that crushed my whole soul. I promise, broke me down, and still am. And my son commits to every hurt need I need, and still does. I watched my youngest baby become unrecognizable. At times, with the amount of anger he sits and holds to from this trauma you put him through, he's so hurt, he has no idea how to even understand or even cope with the loss of his best friend, partner in crime, his sister, who helped him through so much of his life. He would too overcome this and gain himself back and be somebody. He will not be what you have put him through or even made him sit through. We are suffering from so much, with anxiety and depression at the top of our list. I can't work at times because all the trauma on top of the world of things I encounter at most jobs, the social media crap, pushed me into a shell I haven't been able to shake quite yet. Our lives changed. 3 years went past us with no stops, right before our eyes. And here we are in this courtroom seeking the justice she deserved, so she could be laid to rest properly. Still yet, this all feel like a movie. I haven't changed the channel to, because this can't just be it. Like, that's all. That's the piece that sinks in still hurt because I thought hearing you get a life sentence with no possibility of parole will help me sleep at night. And it just doesn't, because she didn't have to be gunned down like that, nor left like that out there like she was just trash. She didn't deserve that. She didn't deserve to have her lifeless remains shown across the TVs. Like she did. She did it, Henry Dinkins. So whatever you get won't be enough because your family get to come to see you. And my baby is just that, just gone. And never, ever, ever coming back as she left me July 9th, 2020. Peace, understanding, and forgiveness will never come. I also truly hope what you did to her will haunt you for the rest of your life. I'll hold onto those good memories we shared and not how you left her and how she laid across that damn creepy swamp place thing where you left her and said not one word. How could you? How could you be such a monster, Henry? I am thankful for the justice for Breasia Terrell and my baby boy.
Thank you.
Look at that smug look.
Before I proceed with my judgment and sentence in this case, I must address some of the statements made by the defendant in this case to the court. This court has provided the defendant with very competent representation during the entire course of this action. Actually, the attorneys representing the defendant in this proceeding and in this trial, his last counsel, are very competent. We're very zealous in the representation of the defendant. Couldn't have asked for better attorneys. The court made its decision based on all the evidence that was presented in this case. The court's ruling was based on facts. I find no legal basis to grant any of the defendant's motions for judgment or acquittal or new trial if that was the intent of some of his statements as a pro se motion. Because the defendant was found guilty of 2 Class A felonies, this court has no discretion on what the sentence shall be imposed. Rather, life imprisonment is mandatory. The court notes, however, that the defendant has an adult criminal record dating back to 1989. This history, coupled with the horrific nature of these offenses against his own child sister, requires that this defendant be removed from society for the protection of society. This sentence provides for both punishment and for protection of the community. Mr. Dinkins, it's unconscionable that you would take such actions to murder a 10-year-old child who was entrusted to your care. It's very clear to this court that you have no conscience or remorse for your actions. You blatantly lied about trying to find Bria. You took no legitimate actions to find her. You knew exactly where she was. Due to your extensive criminal history and the fact that you removed Breasia from the place that you were authorized to care for her and then take Breasia to a dark, deserted area in the country and shoot her in such a horrific manner, supports the finding that the sentences to be imposed on both counts 1 and 2 shall be served consecutively. Mr. Dinkins, pursuant to this court's finding, you guilty on September 15th of 2023 of murder in the first degree in violation of Iowa Code sections 707.1, paren 1, paren A, and as provided by sections 902.1, it is the judgment and sentence of this court that you be committed to the custody of the Iowa Department of Corrections for the rest of your natural life without the possibility of parole. Pursuant to this court's finding, you guilty on September 15th, 2023 of kidnapping in the first degree in violation of Iowa Code section 710.2, and as provided by Iowa Code section 902.1, it is the judgment and sentence of this court that you be committed to the custody of the Iowa Department of Corrections for the rest of your natural life without the possibility of parole. DNA sampling will be required. Each of these counts will be served consecutive to one another for the reasons stated earlier. The Iowa Medical and Classification Center is designated as a reception center to which you shall be delivered by the sheriff. Pursuant to Iowa Code section 910.3B1 in paren 1, you are ordered to pay to the heirs of Breasia Terrell, and as noted by the county attorney to Aisha Langford, $150,000. Mr. Freeze, do you wish to address category B expenses at this time?
But I believe that given Mr. Dinkins' status presently and going forward, he'll certainly be indigent and qualify for a waiver of category B expenses.
Ms. Cunningham, do you wish to address the court on this matter?
No, Your Honor, and the state would not resist the court entering that finding.
Based on that, the court will find that Mr. Dinkins is indigent and does not have the reasonable ability to pay category B expenses. Now that you have been sentenced, it is my duty to advise you of your right to appeal. Under Iowa law, you have the right to appeal your conviction and sentence to the Iowa Supreme Court. In order to do so, you must file a written notice of appeal with the clerk of this court within 30 days from today's date. Failure to file such notice of appeal in that fashion will be deemed a waiver of your right to appeal. In other words, you will lose it. If you think you want to appeal but don't think you can afford an attorney or transcript of these proceedings for that purpose, you have a right to make application with this court for court-appointed counsel and a transcript of these proceedings, all at the expense of the state of Iowa. Just be aware all of this must be done within the 30-day time limit that I have just outlined. I'm sure if you have any questions concerning this, Mr. Freeze or Mr. Waters would be happy to address this with you. I'll acknowledge receipt of any pre-sentence investigation reports that have been printed for the purpose of today's sentencing. No appeal bond will be issued in this case. Minimus will issue immediately. Anything further in this matter?
Your Honor, I do want to make a record relative to some comments of Mr. Dinkins. Mr. Dinkins spoke to the issue of the state having provided all of these exhibits during
Did he get the Alex Murdaugh haircut? Oh, I don't know what we're talking about. Anyway, so yeah, I'm glad that happened. He totally is a Daryl Brooks. Piece of shit. Okay, now we're gonna see Tough as Nails baby. Are you still here, Tough as Nails? She sent me pictures of her baby. And then I'm going to shut it down and go to Costco. Yuck. No. Sorry, Charlie. Okay. Yes, you're here. Okay, good. Look how cute this baby is. Oh my God. Is that adorable or what? Oh, right, Mohawk. Oh, yeah. Okay, now I understand. Yeah. How cute. Look at that. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. That is such a tiny baby. Oh my God. Skippy. So cute. So itty bitty. Tippy, the ears look highlighted. Oh yeah, Tippy. That's a cute name. Skippy, Tippy. Looks like the hippie is all about it. Hey. Hold on. second, buddy. Yeah, that's a chi baby. Little tip. When do you don't have her yet? Yeah, that's cute. Yeah, I like her a lot. She is so cute. How is your baby, Jerry? Pocket puppy. Yep, yep. Oh no, Jerry, I'm sorry. Oh gosh. Poor thing. I'm very, very sorry. Yeah, I don't blame you. Understandable. Tootsie. Oh my God, that's funny. I know. Tootsie is cute too. Lots of cute names, guys. Wow. Tootsie Roll. Piper. Yeah, I like Piper. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good one. Tink. Little Toots. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah. That is too funny. Oh, so funny. I don't know what you're looking for, but I'm sorry. Well, I'm going to have to shut it down in 4 hours on here this morning. I think we got good news. Yeah. Yeah, don't do that to that sweet baby. That's for sure. None of that. None. No, Michelle, crazy. Yeah. Don't burden that baby with all that. Oh my God, what? What are you talking about, Legs? What? How? Oh my God. Yeah. Maybe you need to just relax and, oh my God. Oh shit. Yeah, she's a whole train wreck for sure. For sure. Legs, I don't understand how you, my word. I'm ill too. Oh shit. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh my God, Legs. Look like, I know my ex-grandmother-in-law used to put money in like her freezer with like, what do you call it? Like look like in a food thing or something. She put it in her freezer. Do you do things like that? I mean, just think of things like that you've done, you know? Shit. Shit. Well, that's just it. You do have lots of people there. Shit. Can you recall a time when someone had a lot of money that you didn't expect them to? I don't know. Shit. That's definitely a reason to be ill. That's what I'm saying. Try to think like all the places that you would maybe hide something in that way. Oh, you got it, huh, Jack? Oh my God. Yeah, we don't put squat in the safe. That's the first place people look. It's in your safe. We don't put nothing in there. Right. Well, if it's coins, it's heavy. Wow. Well, that's good. Got Jack killed. Uh-oh. Oh my God, Queen. Yikes. Oh my God, you guys. It's Puss and Boots. Puss in Boots. Yeah, see, that's not easily that should be easy to find. Or I don't know. Oh yeah. Shit. Oh my God, legs. That sucks. Well, I wish I knew how to help you with that. I really do. Right. Well, shit, legs. It's a lot of lost stuff. Oh my God. God. I'm wearing that wig, but that's not what is itchy. Oh shit. Oh my God. Right, that's exactly. I think that's what. Yeah, once you calm down and, you know, your mind's just racing now. Right. Exactly. Seriously. My. Okay, I'm gonna shut it down, guys. Everybody luck on all that. Good luck, legs. Just relax, and that's when it's gonna happen. Right. Yep, Queen. That's what I'm thinking. Right. Everybody have a great day. I will be on tomorrow night for sure. I don't know about any time before that, but I will see you guys for sure then. Thanks a lot for hanging out with me. I love you all. And have a wonderful evening. I will talk to you tomorrow. Love you, and shut up, Hondo.